So first of all, I'll go through welcome and apologies. I'd like to welcome committee members, authority staff, Police Scotland colleagues, and I know HMICS colleagues can't join us, but they're going to watch this live stream later this afternoon. And also can extend a welcome to the Biometrics Commissioner, Dr. Brian Plastow, who will present a paper on today's agenda. I have no members' apologies today, although I do have an indication from Katerina Casper that she will be slightly late in joining the meeting, but should join us after perhaps 15 to 20 minutes. So we look forward to Katerina joining us then. What I would say as well, before I get into this, for many of us, this is the first time that we've used WebEx for a live meeting, so I'm confident that everything will go well, but if anybody's watching us or participating in the meeting, perhaps a little bit of patience and tolerance if we're a little bit clunky this morning. Moving on then to agenda item 1.2, which is the declarations of interest and connections. And I'll ask the members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or connections in relation to the items on today's agenda. Okay, thank you for that. Which is the public minute from the 12th of March, and this is for approval. So I would invite the members to approve the draft minute of the PPC on the 12th of March. Okay, happy to approve. So we'll move on to 1.4, which is the action log and any matters arising from this. There's 6 items on there. We've got a proposal that they can all be closed. We've got updates on them. Is there anything that the committee members would like to raise in relation to the action log and any matters arising? Okay. There's just one area in there that perhaps I'll just pick up on, if I can find the action log. Please bear with me. There we go. Got it now. When I said, please show patience and tolerance, I meant that for myself. So one of the areas that's been ongoing with us is the use of the resource deployment unit, and very helpfully this week we have had a briefing supplied to members, and what has been agreed from that briefing is that we will perhaps have a session later as the revised model of policing and the use of the RDU going forward is developed. It is, to my mind, something that's going to be pivotal within all of that. And I don't know if there's anything the Chief Superintendent, who provided us with the briefing paper, would like to add to that at this moment in time.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone.
Morning, Alan.
No, to be honest, I really just agree with your comment there. I think the RDU is pivotal to the work of the revised model of policing in terms of the influence that we have across officers being in the right place at the right time and the manner in which we go forward with that. The paper really seeks to provide a reassurance. We presented to you before in relation to an initial business case that had been reviewed by assets. The organisation chose not to progress that business case, but what we wanted to show was that we've not stood still within resource deployment, that we have taken the recommendations on that apply to the function itself. And then actually, it's not in the paper, but in the last Audit and Risk Committee in May, they were all discharged, the ones that are relevant to the running of the function. but there's further work that needs to be done. I think the revised model of policing work is exactly where we should be sitting, and we really look forward to taking part in that. And a further session there would absolutely be welcome.
That's really helpful, Alan, and we really appreciate you producing that briefing note. And we look forward to that further session. In terms of the oversight group that's looking at the revised model for policing, I'm part of that. So, one of the things I'll commit back is I will make sure within that oversight group that we raise the issue of the RDU and make sure that it remains relevant going forward. So thank you for that.
Thanks, that's much appreciated. I think us being able to showcase how important the RDU is and influence from that is a real help, so thank you.
Okay, so with that, if there's no final questions from the committee members, then we'll move on shortly to section 2, which is the actual policing performance report. Just before we move on to that, I've just got a comment to make on today's agenda. I'm disappointed regarding the annual police plan 24-25 milestones and deliverable papers, which has been withdrawn. Now, there's been an explanation for that, and I of course fully accept that. But at the authority meeting on the 21st of March 2024, we were provided with assurances that by the June Policing Performance Committee, Police Scotland would have all the qualitative and quantitative measures in place, and that these would be aligned to the performance framework. So as a result of that, we've raised an action with Police Scotland to produce a paper with all the necessary detail, which will be provided to PPC members at a briefing session, or perhaps circulated off table for review. And this paper will then subsequently be published on the SP website, and then we'll make use of the performance details at our next PPC meeting. So I'm content with where we are, but I thought I would just put it on record that we want, we do want this, we do need it. We think it will add considerable value going forward. And then finally, before we just move on to the substantive part of the agenda, I would just remind everybody that it is, as always, a very busy agenda that we have here today. Extremely important matters that need to be considered, again, as always. And I would ask that presenters take the reports as read. We have all been through them, and use their brief introductory remarks to highlight anything that is in the report that they want to highlight, or anything that's perhaps not included in the report but will help to aid the insights and the understanding. Okay, so we'll now move on to section 2.1, which is the quarterly policing performance report for quarter 4 of 23-24, and we have the Director of Strategy and Analysis, Tom McMahon, who's going to lead us into this paper. So Tom, with that, can I pass over to yourself, please?
Chair, thank you very much. And with reference to your earlier comments, thank you for your forbearance in relation to that paper. We'll make sure that that's delivered as described by yourself, and we'll make that part of reporting going forward. So thank you. In terms of the Q4 report, this will be the last report provided in this format as we move to a much more data-driven approach to reporting that we've discussed previously. It's deliberately been written in a more concise way than previous reports. It hopefully fulfills expectations around both progress over the year. I'm looking back over the 5-year picture, but equally the disaggregation of data at divisional level. The areas I would probably draw some attention to, because those are the conversations we've had within Police Scotland, are around areas of youth violence. We've called out within the report and highlighted the increase in terms of the numbers of 11 to 18-year-olds who have been involved in youth violence. This is up 4.6% on the 5-year mean. We have also seen an increase in drink and drug driving offences, and that's about proactivity on our side, but the number has gone up since 2019. We've also reported that the number of acquisitive crime repeat offenders are up on last year. Shoplifting, housebreaking as well, driving that number. And we've also called out about the number of assaults on officers and staff. So really just to very briefly go into a little bit of detail across some of those, the overall violent crime numbers have increased by over 3% compared to the same period last year, and they're 4% up on the 5-year picture. And it's robbery and common assault that has driven that. Common assault has increased by nearly 3% on last year, and it's up by nearly 5% on the 5-year picture. And that's almost 92% of overall violent crime is made up by common assault. The serious assaults and attempted murders are at their lowest level. In recent years, we've recorded that as well. Detection rate for homicide remains strong. Also, clearing up historic cases as well produces that figure within there of 109% in terms of clear up. And the overall violent crime detection rate stands at just short of 70%. And that's around increased detection rates for common assault, serious assault, attempted murder and homicide. I've mentioned briefly in opening remarks the data we've produced around assaults on police officers and police staff. 6,702 reported assaults, an average of 18 per day. And that's an increase of 44 assaults compared to the previous year, although it is a decrease of almost 165 on the 5-year picture, but it's still a serious concern when that number of our staff and officers are being assaulted daily. And probably just one last point that I didn't refer to in opening remarks is around fraud. Continues to grow. We've recorded and reported an increase of 2.8% compared to last year. And as we've discussed previously, it's up nearly 30% on the 5-year mean. There's proactive activity underway around that work. ACC Andy Freeburn presented at the last meeting of this committee on the work that he's driving forward to try and get ahead of fraud, but it remains a concerning picture and a significant area of reporting that we'll maintain as we move into next year. So I'll pause at that point, Chair, and happy to take any questions along with colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you there, Tom, for your brevity, taking the paper as read, but also taking the time there to draw out some of the key issues, some of the areas, as you said, that are being discussed within Police Scotland and have a real focus on them at this moment in time. So open it up now to questions from members. So I have Mary first of all, and then I have Tom Halpin. So Mary Pitt-Caithway.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that report, Tom. I absolutely recognise what you say. Trying to make the report more concise is appreciated, but it does mean that sometimes some of the information we used to get and we got used to having isn't now provided. So, for example, in relation to the use of tasers, we used to get a separate report about that, and it provided us with a lot more information. So, looking at the information that's in the report today, there's a lot from which we can draw some reassurance, particularly the fact that PERC have found every discharge they looked at to be proportionate and justified. But we don't have information about proportionality, and in particular the use of tasers on younger people and on vulnerable people. And we don't have information anymore about the reason for the discharge of tasers. So I'm not sure if you can give me any more information on those issues today, or if that would have to come separately. But those are the sorts of things that provide us with assurance and the public as well. And clearly it's a very live issue. So if there's anything else you can tell us today, that would be appreciated, particularly in relation to the proportion of under 18s and vulnerable people and the reasons for discharge. discharge.
Thank you. If I can come back, Chair, yeah, thank you, Mary. So that's helpful to have that feedback. Page 30 does have the detail that you refer to around Taser, and it's helpful as we kind of feel our way into a new way of reporting that we get a sense from yourself and other members as to actually where you do expect to see more detail around, for example, proportionality or the impact on young people. So we've perhaps gone too far to the kind of high level data within there in terms of the number of officers who've now been given tasers and the discharge rate in terms of it's being in line with the UK average. But that more granular detail will make sure features in future reporting. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chair, I wonder if you would mind if I asked another question, please.
Of course.
It's not connected, but it relates to the information in the report about proceeds of crime, where we can see that in the year to date, that amounts to over £13 million. Now, I know you don't get a cheque from anybody for £30 million, but I think it would be helpful for the authority members and the public to understand what does happen to that £30 million and whether this is available to be used either all or in part to improve policing outcomes in Scotland.
Okay, thank you, Mary. I don't know if perhaps ACC Gary Ritchie wants to offer a view on this point. I mean, my awareness is that proceeds of crime recovered are routed back into the Cashback for Community scheme, but I'm perhaps not fully up to date with that. Gary?
Thanks. I'm probably not the right person. I think maybe it's Andy Freeburn that you should ask that question of. He kind of oversees that, so I'd be kind of guessing and giving you a general answer. I think it'd be better coming from Andy, if you don't mind.
No, I'm happy to have the information out with the meeting. We can report it back through the action log next time.
We'll pick that up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Mary. And yeah, I think the public would be very interested to hear how well and how worthy that money is spent. So feedback, and if Andy's the right person, then that would be something to come. Just verbal would be fine at the next meeting at some point in the future. So that's good. Okay, Tom.
Thanks, Chair. In your report, you refer to drug driving prevalence and drink driving prevalence, and you discuss the fact that detections are increasing, and you relate that to greater proactivity. I totally commend that, but what it does indicate for you is the prevalence of it in the broader population. And we know there's the issue regarding the capacity with drug driving, with it being a new piece of legislation and a new capability for Police Scotland. Are there plans yet to roll out the ability to conduct a roadside test to local policing beyond roads policing, given its prevalence?
I'd probably ask ACC Ritchie to cover that, Tom. Thank you.
The issue that we have just now is actually our capacity to test the results. That's the big issue that we're having at the moment, Tom. So that's kind of staying our hand in respect of rolling that out further, because we're going to get a lot of positives, and that's going to create a big impact potentially on the lab. So we're having a look at how best to actually do that, because I think if we just launched it, then it would be, it's out with our capacity at the moment to do that the level of subsequent analysis that would be required. We're kind of doing this in line with Crown, because the impact also shifts to them in terms of reporting and dealing with the additional demand. But it's you're right, it's very much on our radar, but we're just looking at the process to actually implement, because it's going to be significant.
If I can, Chair, thanks very much, ACC Ritchie. I totally understand that position and realise that it's a reality of where we are. I just want to keep it on the agenda, on the radar, as you say, in the sense that this is a public safety issue. That there is media reporting of significant road accidents of people who are shown total disregard to drug driving, etc. If I can ask as well, while I'm on,
Of course.
it is around the capacity and capability issue. I don't know if it's ACC, Richard, but in the report, another area we talk about where there's volume, and it's a new area of policing, is child sexual abuse online, and we agreed with Police Scotland that there should be endorse the use of the image tool to speed up the automated image tool to speed up the facial matching, and that was rolled out. Are we starting to see benefits from that in terms of trauma being avoided for our own workforce, etc.? Because this is an area of real concern. And again, it's new capabilities. It's how we are adapting to the new age of policing, if you want to describe it as that.
Tom, I'm not sure if that question was for me or Gary.
I think it's general to Police Scotland. It wasn't to ACC, Richie.
Okay. No, thank you. I mean, the work around online child sexual abuse remains a top priority. We've called it out within our strategic threat, harm and risk assessment as a very high priority. We know that all classifications of online sexual abuse increased in the last year, and the only exception to that was around grooming and taking and distribution, possession of indecent images. But the point you make about the welfare of our colleagues who work in public protection, I know DCC Beck Smith has absolutely prioritised, and again with the work that she's driving around the public protection development programme, that investment in systems and so on is exactly where the focus is at the moment in order to push that number down. But we know it's in the wrong place, and we've consistently reported that. So it's a fair challenge on performance, and I can assure you that we are completely committed to the steps that are being taken. As to any results around that, the impact on wellbeing and so on, that'll be a feature, I think, of any evaluation that's done on it. But I can again come back if the committee wants to record an action. I can speak to DCC Smith and make sure that we give a proper comprehensive report on that, if that's helpful.
If you don't mind, Chair, there is the legal committee a reason as well that this is a risk to us in terms of trauma to the workforce. So it would be helpful if we could have a report on that in the future, and from a performance perspective rather than the legalities.
Yep, I think we're happy to take that as an action. Police Scotland content with that?
Yeah, very, very happy to pick that up. Thanks, Stuart.
Okay, and I see that Mary has raised her hand. So,
yes.
Mary, do you have further questions?
If that's okay, Chair, yes.
Of course.
Thank you for your forbearance. I recognise that we recently had the outcome of the M9 fatal accident public inquiry, and effectively they stated that an organisational failure in Police Scotland's call handling systems at that time allowed a human error to go undetected. I think it'd be really helpful to have some understanding of the lessons that were learned from that incident and from the inquiry, and the actions that have been taken following the tragedy.
Thanks, Mary. That's for ACC Bond, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I suppose given the earlier comments in relation to the fact we have a busy agenda, I could probably go on and talk for most of the meeting in terms of the changes and developments that have been made within the C3 business area since the tragic incidents of 2015. Certainly in terms of the enhanced training, the contact assessment model that we have, where threat, harm, risk, investigative opportunities, vulnerability and opportunities for engagement are all is a training package delivered to all the members of staff within our contact, command and control divisions, in order to ensure that we are capturing the right level of information and applying the right level of risk assessment to it. We've got a robust process where there are various stages of risk assessment as a call makes its journey through our contact centres and touches, every time it touches a new set of hands, it needs to be reassessed to make sure that the ongoing assessment and any new information that comes to light is taken into consideration in terms of that ongoing assessment to make sure that the place and response is appropriate. You'll know if you have looked at the findings of the report, it does refer to sort of the manual pot-book system where hard copy notes were made. That system is only ever used within the contact centres now from the perspective of a emergency business continuity perspective in the event that we have a systems failure. That means that we need to revert to hard copy records, and we have a well-tested and really good process then in terms of that record conversion in the immediate aftermath in terms of converting those written records into electronic records once the systems are back up and running. So between refining our processes, between looking at our IT infrastructure and obviously the modernising contact and engagement programme, which I'm the Senior Responsible Officer for, looks to modernising the IT infrastructure within our contact command control division, because we still have some of the legacy systems in place from the previous merging of the legacy forces back in 2013. So we have those programmes of work underway and many of which are well advanced. So between that, staff training, us looking at our broader resourcing model and some of the checks and balances in terms of our ongoing quality assurance reporting, far better data sets than we would have previously had, quite a significant amount of work done. And as you've rightly said, no recommendations having come out of the report, but an area of business that we continue to look for areas of improvement to make sure that we are delivering the best service that we can to our members of the public and the 2.8 million people who contact us in any given year.
Thank you very much, ACC. I mean, I think members of the authority are well aware of the work that's been done since then to improve the situation, and that it's an ongoing piece of work and indeed probably never finished, because you'll constantly want to ensure that you're using the best technology and you have the best training and the most, most well-equipped staff. So I think it's helpful to have that update. So thank you very much for that. Chair, would you mind if I asked another?
No, please.
I'm looking at the report on pages 47 to 49 about recorded police warnings, and I just wondered if there was any additional information you could give us about the categories of incidents and crimes that you issue a recorded police warning for, so that we have a better understanding of how they're used.
I'm not sure if any either operational colleague wants to lean in on this. I'm happy to cover it.
Tom, it's Wendy. I'll take that question. Good morning, Chair.
Thanks, Wendy.
Good morning, members. This probably ties into an agenda item itself, Mary, around the CJ improvement, which features direct measures. But the recorded police warnings are currently being reviewed. It's the Lord Advocate's guidance that gives us the permissions in which to use recorded police warnings. There are a range of offences that are listed, so I'll not go into them all, but to give you a flavour of it, it would be around disorderly conduct, drunken and incapable, vandalism, and what we are talking about are those offences which would attract a very low tariff. So I'm generally very careful to not mention seriousness of offending, because of course very low level crime, as it's viewed at time, can be hugely impactful with victims. So it's just about making sure that those kind of offences that attract a low tariff can be dealt with proportionately. And the value of recorded police warnings is that you can issue them at the closest point to the commission of the offence. Otherwise, they end up going into the system as a case file, and then the delays that come with that as well. So I say the guidelines are being refreshed at the moment. There have been issues previously around the recording of them, and I'm very confident, she says, with the help of digital colleagues, that we'll be able to lock down on our systems when you're not allowed to apply them. But I'm content at having looked at the issues that we did have previously, Mary, that was a recording issue and not that they were issued incorrectly. So I know that previously there have been recorded police warnings recorded around sexual offending and supply of drugs. That wasn't the case. It was a recording issue for us. So I think that with the refresh of the Lord Advocate's guidelines and the work that we're doing internally that will touch on the CJ improvement space, we are going to be in a better place with recorded police warnings and hopefully use them, embed them and mainstream them so that they can be used as appropriate. I hope that helps.
That does help a lot. Thank you very much. I think that's exactly the type of reassurance we were looking for, so thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mary. I've got a few questions myself, unless anybody's got any more questions at this point. Just returning back, to the work that happens within C3, extremely busy, and one of the things that's noted is that the increase in the number of treble 9 calls. I'm wondering what is driving that increase in treble 9 calls across the country, and is this something that you see being replicated in other forces across the United Kingdom?
Thank you, Chair. So you're absolutely right. We have seen an increase in the number of our treble 9 calls. There's a range of reasons for that. Some of it is just a reflection of the increase in complexity of the reasons as to why people are contacting the police and the nature of incidents. Some of it is actually compounded by changes that we had seen in some of the technology space, particularly around the use of phones, around actually capability within modern vehicles, where upon impact or an incident that actually they will proactively or reactively, I suppose, contact emergency services as a reach out for help. And we're seeing an increase in that proportion. And what you'll also notice is that we've seen sort of a corresponding decrease on our 101s, but a lot of that contact then is redirected into our contact us email system. So overall, actually, our numbers of non-emergency contacts appear to run relatively steady. So I think it's just a reflection on the nature of the issues that are reflected across communities as a whole that's contributing to that increase. And it's not unique to Police Scotland, certainly through the national contacts that we have through National Police Chiefs Council and UK-wide groups, that we see that the sort of balance between 9s and 1s is changing across the board and consistent with the trends that we're seeing here in Scotland.
Thanks for that, Emma. That's a useful insight. I mean, if necessary, we would never discourage anybody from using the treble 9 system, but it's interesting to see how technology is a factor in this. Just I know myself, clumsily I fell down some stairs recently, and my watch asked if I wanted to call for help. So I'm assuming it's that type of readily available technology now that perhaps is an increasing factor. It has many benefits, but it brings some challenges as well. So that's interesting to hear what's underlying that. Can I move on? Tom, you raised the question or highlighted the issue of an increase in youth violence. Now that's something that across communities people will be extremely concerned about. So can I ask, first of all, what do you think underlies that? What's driving it? And what steps are Police Scotland taking in conjunction with partners to try and deal with this at an earlier stage before it results in violence? What's the preventative approach that's been taken with partners?
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. Yeah, we decided to give it particular emphasis because it's been a feature of tasking discussions. When we look as well in terms of age and gender, it's young men children between the age of 11 and 18, and they're twice as likely as females to commit violent crime. It connects as well to other areas of crime, acquisitive crime and so on. And as the report sets out at page 10, there is specific activity that we're undertaking to try and tackle that. I don't know if perhaps an operational colleague wants to give any reflection, Emma, perhaps from a local policing perspective. But certainly our commitment is that with that move in the age bracket downwards in terms of the severity of the offending, this is going beyond common assault. And I think it points to just a wider concern, I suppose, post-pandemic, that young people and behaviour and antisocial behaviour is a growing concern, and it's certainly what the data pointed to, and it's why we're focusing at local policing level on kind of action to tackle that, and also importantly liaison with local authority partners in terms of children and young people teams. But I don't know, Emma, if you wanted to say anything about that.
You're on mute, Emma.
Sorry, Tom, my IT has dropped out and I've literally just got back in.
That's okay. I was sorry, Alistair. I don't know if you want to summarise that. Or...
Apologies.
Yeah, Emma, I was just asking a question. Tom had highlighted in his introduction to the report the increase in youth violence, and I was really asking a question about what's driving that, what's the underpinning factors, and what are Police Scotland doing in conjunction with partners to try and prevent it getting to the point where you have a violent situation?
Yeah, apologies. So you're absolutely right. We have seen both an increase in terms of or a reduction probably in the ages that we have seen young persons involved as both victims and then alleged offenders in terms of the level of violence that we have seen. To be honest, we haven't been able to pinpoint specifically any causes. We've tasked some additional analytical work around that to understand. I mean, there are some degrees of correlations around areas of particular social deprivation, areas where there could be some wider community influences. There is a much different attitude that we are seeing around young people, certainly in terms of the carriage of weapons, and particularly bladed items, that we see that almost in terms of self-protection that we're seeing within places. Do understand how much of an underlying factor that is. We also know that we have younger people potentially susceptible and vulnerable to the use of alcohol or illegal substances as well, that could all be contributory factors. So in order to ensure that any of the partnership work that we are directly engaged in deals with the right underlying issues, then there is work being done in that regard, and obviously linking in with the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit in terms of the work that they do within areas as well, to try and make sure that we are properly aligned. So alongside that work, and work then with local authorities, trying to identify through community planning some of that wider work around the underlying root causes, and then alongside schools and other relevant bodies to try and make sure that we have sufficiency of local provision in terms of diversionary activities or other work to be done, and ensuring primarily linking in with Wendy's work to make sure that we don't unnecessarily criminalise young people, where in actual fact other diversions or other interventions may be more appropriate. So probably one, Chair, that for us to come back on at some stage with probably a more holistic view once we have a better understanding of the underlying issues, and come back and be able to give you some practical examples or case studies of work that's being done across local policing around trying to address some of those issues.
That's really helpful, Emma. I don't want to put you on the spot, Councillor Chalmers, but I'm just wondering if there's this is something that is coming up through your local policing committees, and it's something that you're hearing voiced as a concern out in the communities that councillors across the country represent.
Yes, it is. And I know even just in my very local experience here, Alistair, in my area, there's been some excellent work between the police and youth services, youth workers and the local school. But certainly at our police conveners forum that I was going to speak about later on, that was an issue that came up in the conversations area people too. Right. You'll be aware that there's concerns coming, it's not my area of responsibility, but you'll be aware that there's concerns coming through behaviour within schools, and that's part of it. So, but my understanding is that often it's quite a small number of young people, but that small number of young people in any community can cause quite a lot of disruption and quite a lot of havoc. So we're aware of it, and you'll be aware of the budget pressures within local authorities, which are often affecting those support services like community learning development, youth work, and those kind of third sector organisations that often are good at supporting police colleagues and dealing with these kind of matters. So it certainly is something that locally people are concerned about.
Yeah, I appreciate those insights and that update. And going back to Emma, we definitely like to hear more about this. And how you're taking this forward, so I appreciate that offer. I see Tom's got his hand up. I've got another question in relation to this, but if you want to come in on this matter, Tom, then you're more than welcome to at this point.
Thank you, Alistair, and I'm just grateful to ACC Bond for our answer, because it was touching in many of the areas that you would expect to be connected to this. I just wanted to add into the mix. We previously heard around the increase in acquisitive crime in shops relating to youth disorder and antisocial behaviour, etc. And that is still prevalent. It's reported widely in the current media at the moment. Shops getting young people going through them and breaking windows and things like that. We heard previously from ACC mayors about an initiative with retailers in this area. So when we get that bigger evaluation analysis of it, strategic analysis, it would be helpful to get some insight into what's the impact that initiative's having, and perhaps we could hear, because this is a real concern for small business owners as well in communities, and that's the heart of the community.
Thanks, Tom. Emma, would you like to respond to Tom's points?
Yes, Chair, if you don't mind, it was really just to provide, I suppose, reinforce the concerns that Tom has raised, and to say that the inquisitive crime is an area that Tim, to be fair, alongside ourselves and local policing and colleagues and serious crime department also are still paying a great deal of focus to. We had a conversation at our force tasking meeting around planned activity and a focus on this particular area of business. So being able to come back with an update, I don't anticipate will be a significant issue, because there is definitely activity to be able to report against, not just now, but planned into the future as well.
That's helpful. Thank you for that. Can I ask a question now on the use of stop and search? We see that the number of stop and search incidents has increased when compared to last year. and the number of complaints in respect to use of stop and search, it remains low. This is covered in pages 27 to 30. So you mentioned there about concerns about perhaps some young people carrying, bladed incidents. We've heard previously about issues like county lines, and it's really just, how are you making best use of stop and search, which can be controversial, and how are you making sure that it is proportionately and appropriately used across our communities?
Emily, I don't know if you can cover that from a local policing perspective, or Gary has his hand up. Thank you.
It was really just to give Emma a wee bit of rest more than anything else. I think I can. She might want to come in with a more kind of practical element. But just going back to some of to the later point you made there, Chair, and put my previous hat on in PPCW, we maintain the stop and search unit as part of a partnership protection function. And it's their job actually to record, to audit, to look at, to analyse, and to make sure that the stop and search policy has been applied on all occasions. So that reassures they've got to reach back into the divisions if they feel that anything's not quite right. But in general terms, and I don't think it's changed recently, but certainly when I was there, the following of the practice was pretty rigid, and that assured us, that it was being applied properly. I think, you're right. The increase in youth violence is undoubtedly, raised the threat, and probably raised the issue more in the minds of our local police officers and commanders. So there'll be undoubtedly, and we'll probably cover a wee bit more than that, but there'll undoubtedly be initiatives in some areas that are focused more on reducing violence. But I think there's another issue about this has been a long road, from where we were with stop search. And you see the kind of increase in confidence among the officers, having gone from a kind of a mindset of, we don't really do stop search, and if we get it wrong, or, there could be questions asked and things like that. There was definitely a lack of confidence. And I think really year on year, you've seen an increase in that confidence, but it's still within the parameters and the policy that we would expect to be applied when conducting stops and searches. So that's my take on it. To say Emma might have a different something to add to that.
Thanks, Gary, for giving us your insights and some of the background to this. And I think it was very decent to give Emma some thinking time. Apologies, Emma. So many of the questions seem to be directed at you so far this morning, but I don't know if you've got anything you want to add to the response that Gary's just provided us with.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. I suppose it's really just to provide a degree of reassurance again that you're absolutely right, that stop and search can be seen as in some cases as a bit of a blunt instrument or a controversial tactic to be used. And we're really mindful of that, and particularly the adverse impact that it can have around particularly younger people within our community. So it's not a tactic that in any way that we take for granted or that we abuse in any sense. A lot of the searches that we will do, particularly whenever you see some of the data, will be around issues of drugs, will be around where there is a suspicion of weapons or otherwise, and that very much is based on quite often the reports that we receive from members of the public. Quite often the reason that we come into contact with individuals is as a direct consequence of being dispatched, maybe because somebody has reported a concern. We've actually, a report, quite often we will see reports of people being seen in a vicinity, having been in possession of an item, a weapon, or believed to be a weapon, and that will lead then to a search being conducted with a view in terms of that wider safeguarding, that wider sense of keeping community safe as well as trying to detect the original offences. So there's an element of that. Often then, whenever it comes to drugs, officers will require their reasonable grounds in terms of their suspicion to be able to apply their powers under that regard, and that driven maybe on occasions by intelligence or information that we are in possession of that helps inform that. And as Gary rightly says, that through the lead, Steve Johnson was the lead in terms of that sort of national oversight on behalf of Police Scotland. And there is the audit checks and the quality assurance processes in terms of making sure that the powers are used appropriately, and provision of the record should individuals then wish to receive a copy, so that there's full accountability for the officer conducting the search. So certainly invaluable whenever you look at the number of searches that have recovered weapons and drugs, that it absolutely has a role to play in terms of delivery of policing today, but one that we by no means take for granted.
Thank you for that, Emma, and again, thanks to Gary. I think that's been very helpful and very clear in the approach that's taken and the value of a proportionate use of stop and search. So thank you. I think I picked up there that Katarina Casper has joined us as well.
Yes. Good morning, Chair, and apologies for being late. Yes, I have been on for the last, I think, 20 minutes. So really listening with great interest to the conversation around stop and search. And just to follow up on the conversation just now, and Emma, I think you have touched on some of the questions I had around stop and search. But just something, I suppose, what kind of strikes me is looking at the data around the prevalence of certain types of crimes in certain parts of Scotland versus kind of the, if you overlay that with the stop and search. So one anomaly seems to be Dundee. So where we're seeing, proportionately higher crime rates against a number of different crime categories and a relatively smaller, much smaller amount of stop and searches within that area. So again, I was just wondering if you've got any thoughts as to, if we're seeing concentration of crime here, but actually less, why may that be?
Yeah, so D Division helpfully falls within my region. So I think there's probably a combination of factors. Again, it will be the nature of the instance, I suppose, may not always lend themselves necessarily to stop and search. Again, it may well be the fact that depending on the nature of the information that's available, is that there is insufficient to give officers reasonable grounds. Some of it also I think could well be down to when you compare some of the divisions. So in some of our divisions, you may have a wider, greater complement of some of the national teams in supporting that may come across and be in a position to carry out some proactive activity. There may have been some dedicated or specific tasking, whereas in D Division there has maybe been more of a local resource, local divisional input and support. Again, some of that activity will be specifically based potentially around some of the bigger events and some of the bigger operations that perhaps have been run that contribute to some of our stop and search figures around other divisions. D Division does have a share of that, but potentially not to the same extent as some of the other divisions are. So there's no single answer, but I suppose just in terms of reassurance, as I alluded to earlier, it certainly is seen as a really valuable part of how policing is delivered, arranged with a whole other suite of tactics and powers that our officers have at their disposal, and certainly where it can add value and it can be used within, they will do that. So just rest assured that all efforts are being made to make the communities of Dundee safe alongside others across the rest of Scotland, and continue to do, but a really good observation and one that we'll continue to keep an eye on.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any further questions at this point? Could I just pick up on another area that was highlighted in the introduction, and that's the absolutely unacceptable number of assaults on officers and staff, which over a 5-year period I think is decreasing, but in the past 12 months we've seen an increase in this, and I know there's a lot of training that's provided to police officers and staff to de-escalate situations and to prevent assaults. But it would be worrying if all that work and that trend, if it is reversed in any way. Have we got any insights or understandings into why we've seen this uplift, and what has been done about it, to try and prevent this? ACC Bond responding again. Thank you.
No problem, and happy for any colleagues to come in. This is an area that we look at really closely, and particularly the health and safety boards that we run at a regional level and then at an overall level, at force level within Police Scotland. I know certainly from my perspective and across local policing, I think an element of this, Chair, is the fact that we are getting far better at actually capturing and recording whenever the assaults on officers are happening. I think that with the really clear articulation by previously Serene and our current Chief Constable, Joe Farrell, in terms of the commitment around safety of officers and the pledges that there have been, has reinforced, and also that sense of the more we understand the challenges within, better that we can do the checks. So some of it, again, is back to, we see quite often arrest is a means by which that individuals will become susceptible to injury, and I know that that's an area that Wendy very much has looked at and is looking into. We've also had conversations around the nature of provision of fleet across local policing. So the again, in my area, we had seen that police vehicles were quite often a place where injuries maybe were happening. And part of that was whether that was down to a lack of cell-van provision or actually distance having to be travelled between a place of arrest and a custody suite, for example. So there are a range of reasons, but I think that we're probably far better assured than we would have been at a point of time that it maybe more accurately reflects the situation as we find it. And as I said, fortunately, in the majority of those incidents, albeit it is an assault, they are not significant or not major injuries, and certainly ones that the majority of officers will recover from, thankfully, but certainly not something that we would want to see continuing to increase.
Thank you for that, and appreciate that ACC Middleton wants to come in. Can I just ask you a quick follow-up question? I've heard previously that there's an increased confidence in reporting. It's just not part of the job. How do you satisfy yourself that people are actually prepared to come forward now, police officers, police staff, and report assaults that previously, they wouldn't have perhaps come forward and reported? Well, how do you know that? How do you go about establishing that as fact?
So I'll jump in, and then Wendy, you can come in if you're happy. So I meet on a monthly basis with our Federation representatives, and certainly in terms of that engagement with colleagues, we would be really satisfied that there's a clear understanding, and our Federation representatives would encourage any officer who is injured through the course of their duty is asked if they wish to have a Federation representative notified of the fact that they've been injured. Any officer injured on duty is also brought to the attention of the executive team in terms of the incident being included in the sheets for the executive, which enables direct follow-up from a divisional or regional perspective or across any of the business areas. And also then too, we've got the additional assurance in terms of the review that's conducted by our health and safety reps and advisors across all of our policing areas to look and understand what has happened, and we'll do the relevant chase and follow-up with colleagues. So there's a whole combination of factors, certainly in terms of colleagues, and I think even in terms of others, we're getting far better at reporting near misses as well as actual incidents where officers have been injured as well. So that combination, and not least by the very clear articulation and reinforcement at the most senior levels of the organisation in terms of the importance that officer and staff well-being and welfare is from the chief and the rest of us at an exec level.
Thank you. Wendy, you've been waiting patiently, so can I invite you in, and then Tom has then raised his hand, and I'm assuming that's to add to the responses we've had. So Wendy first.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks again for the opportunity. So just to add to that, I suppose there are a couple of things, and this ties into the CJ improvement work, as Emma alluded to. So we know through your Safety Matters strategic group, there's a tremendous amount of detail, high-level detail. It really is quite astounding, the amount of work that has been done in this arena. We know that there are 3 touch points where you're at higher risk of assault as a police officer, and as Emma said, that's a point of arrest, in the vehicle on the way to the custody suite, and then within the charge bar area of the custody suite. So the byproduct, it's not the sole reason for doing the CJ improvement work, but one of the byproducts is around that proportionate response and giving our officers more tools that they can use, that they don't need to automatically go to arrest. So we know we arrest a very significant number of people across Scotland because we actually have kind of tied our officers' hands a little bit in terms of voluntary attendance, or we haven't really formally launched and then embedded the direct measures. Also, there's some work being done in J Division under what was Katrina Payton's remit until she was promoted there, called Act, Don't React. And that's really, in addition to the OST training that officers would get about how to actually physically make an arrest safely, it's about how to manage yourself and how to de-escalate situations, and how to, I suppose, use your soft tools as well, your soft communication skills around managing the situation. So there's quite a bit going on in this space, and I do think, to go to Emma's point, we're collecting better data. We're also importantly communicating this and the importance of it to our officers and getting them to complete an impact assessment, which is really important in terms of the criminal case that then proceeds. But also, in addition to the impact assessment, there's an organisational impact assessment. So not just what is the impact on the individual who has found themselves hurt in a distressing situation whilst doing their job, but also then what was the impact on the section and the ability to keep policing as well and to maintain policing levels. So that's all I would add at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Tom, would you like to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, just to, Wendy has largely covered it, but it was just to emphasise that we're now cross-referring crime data with health and safety data. The reporting rate is sitting at about 80%. So 80% of what we would regard as an assault on an officer or a member of staff are being recorded as a crime. And the network of Your Safety Matters champions across local policing are increasingly using the dashboards that have been provided to them that's got the most current data for their area and nationally. And it really is, to Wendy's point, it's about a better, more intelligent use of the data to then drive activity, and that's keeping everybody on point.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive response on this. I think the board is absolutely behind all the initiatives, all the practices, and are publicly committed to condemning any assaults on officers and on staff, and that cuts across the wider public sector as well. People are there to help and to be assaulted at your work. There's no excuses. It's unacceptable. So thank you. Does anybody have any further questions? No? Okay, well, what we'll do then is we'll move on to the next section in the agenda. So we're moving on to 2.2, which is the Chief Constable's annual assessment. And again, Tom, you're going to introduce this for us.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm presenting this on behalf of the Chief Constable today to the committee. It's intended to fulfil the requirement under section 39 of the 2012 Police and Fire Reform Scotland Act that the Chief presents a review of the year. It's structured, as members would expect, around the strategic outcomes contained within the joint strategy, but it also, I think, reflects the benefit of the approach we have taken to reporting performance throughout the year, because what we've replayed in, for example, the key insights section are insights that have been discussed at this committee as we've presented quarterly reports, and those cover assaults on officers and staff, as we've just discussed, acquisitive crime with a particular emphasis on theft of motor vehicles. We talked about that in a bit more depth at Q2. We've talked about C3, about volume and scale of demand around 999 and 101. That's within there as well, and that was a Q3 discussion. And then drink and drug driving, that's been picked up today in the Q4 report as well. So that's all contained within there. I'm conscious that in terms of overall reporting of progress against commitments that we made in the 2023-24 annual police plan, we are recording nearly 60% complete, but setting aside those that would constitute business as usual activity, there's still nearly 40% that we're describing as being in progress. So our intention is to bring a report back when we come with the half-yearly report on progress on this year's annual police plan, notwithstanding your opening comments and the commitment we've made to more detail around milestones and so on. But we will make sure that there's a properly accessible public report to demonstrate progress and what stage we've got to in terms of the commitments where we've not completed them within the current reporting year. So just in the interests of full transparency, that's our intention. But I'll stop at that point and really just looking for the committee's endorsement of the report. The intention is that it would be hyperlinked to within the annual report and accounts, and that fulfills the performance section of that product as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. Can I open this up? Do any members have any questions for Tom on this? No. So Tom, just a couple of questions from me. You highlighted nearly 60%, I think it's 57%, actions complete. You also highlighted that there's an element of business as usual, but that leaves a substantial amount of actions incomplete. Is there any risks that Police Scotland are concerned about around those incomplete actions? Anything that needs to be highlighted to the committee at this stage?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I suppose looking at the annexed material within here, we have a big dependency on the work that we've committed to do around reshaping corporate services within Police Scotland.
Yeah.
We've not reported that as complete quite deliberately. There's activity underway. We know there's been the VR programme. We know that ultimately medium longer term will reduce costs, but there is significant work still to be progressed in that space. My team are pushing for reports and progress updates on that work. Responsibility lies elsewhere, but we know there's a commitment from the Chief, from the deputies and the whole executive that work will be progressed, and it will be a significant element of the move to the new policing model. And we did make a commitment that it would progress. It perhaps hasn't gone as quickly as it might have done in the year just completed, but I can give you an assurance that it's been given significant focus now in discussions that I'm certainly party to at the executive. So that's probably the one that I would draw out, and there are specifics within the report as well that I'm happy to speak to, but that's probably the one that is the most significant. Just thank you.
Yeah, and just for clarity, Tom, this work has not disappeared. Appreciate that it's ongoing, and there's responsibilities across Police Scotland for its its delivery. How will we, as a performance committee, receive an update, clarification that this work has been completed, or it's been subsumed within another larger piece of work?
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. So I think that's why we need to get the report, the reporting format that you referred to at the outset, that was intended for today, that work is in progress on, to make sure that we've got both a comprehensive view of the commitments we've made for this year's annual police plan, and we need to pick up this nearly, well, more than 40% of commitments from last year that have been carried over. Yes, some of them will be absorbed into business as usual activity, but to give you some assurance, the push that I'm putting into colleagues is that we need visibility. We've committed to transparency around those commitments, so we will expect to be providing more of an update than simply that's just BAU activity. So please be assured that we're pushing on that. We will bring that back, I would expect, in correspondence in about a month's time. We'll be bringing you a format for that report and some content as well. But I think in terms of public reporting, my proposal would be that at a half-yearly point, when we report on progress against the annual plan, we include, at least as an annex, an update on the commitments we made in the previous year that have been carried across.
Thank you, Tom. I mean, that point around visibility and transparency is crucial, and I think the work you're doing to ensure that is welcome, and you have our support on it. So we look forward to that progress continuing.
Thank you.
One final question from me on this, around the inclusion of business as usual within the annual policing plan. What's the thought process behind that? What's the value of that?
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. So, I mean, that was one of the considerations that we made when we produced the 24-25 annual police plan, that actually there probably wasn't significant value in maintaining reporting against BAU, kind of open-ended commitments to day-to-day activity. So that's why Chief Constable Farrell's first annual police plan is written much more with a focus on what will we deliver in the year ahead. And that's the push that she's making very strongly around accountability for delivery. So you'll be well aware that the current year's plan has much less emphasis on activity that we would describe as BAU. And in effect, that this kind of transition year report reflects an approach that was previously adopted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that explanation, Tom. Does anybody have any final questions on this, or as Tom asked, are we happy to endorse this report? Okay, so I think we'll take that as we're happy to endorse it. Look forward to the journey and improvements that you've articulated, Tom, and please thank the Chief Constable for her report that you presented on her behalf.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the ICVS annual report. And we welcome Keith Jakeman, who's one of the ICVS visitors. And I think to introduce this report, we have Scott Ross, who's the Head of Change and Operational Scrutiny within the SPA. And I believe the ACC Middleton is supporting this report as well. So, Scott, over to yourself.
Well, thanks, Chair. And I'll take the paper and annual report as read. However, I did want to highlight just a few key areas within the report. Before I do this, however, I did want to kind of take the opportunity to just thank the ICVS team here at the Scottish Police Authority, who obviously keep the visiting scheme running. But I'd also like to thank each and every visitor for continuing to support the scheme and providing an invaluable level of assurance, I think, anyway, on the treatment of detainees within police custody. This year, Chair, I'm happy to report that visitors completed over 1,000 visits to custody centres all across Scotland, And in doing so, they were able to visit 1,500 individuals in custody. I'm happy to report that during 23-24, visitors have not reported any breaches of human rights or highlighted any instances of cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment of arrested individuals, as described within the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. However, Chair, I did want to highlight one instance of concern that was raised this year, where an individual's underwear was observed outside a cell rather than stored in an appropriate area within police custody as per procedures. This could happen for a number of reasons. For example, the person put into a linkage suit and their clothing stored outside the cell for a short period of time before we put away. I should say Police Scotland responded swiftly to this isolated incident and reinforced policy across the force accordingly. And ICVS have not recorded any further instances of this in this reporting year. We have raised some thematic areas in the report, Chair, and we'll monitor these closely in the coming years. So, you know, examples are medical concerns or concerns on the letter rights or access to washing and showering facilities. And I'm aware all of these are also areas for improvement that Police Scotland are actively looking at. And the Police Scotland have sought to kind of resolve any issues and concerns that are raised by custody visitors. I should say that year on year as well, we can see real improvement in terms of a reduction of the overall concerns raised by visitors across some of these key areas. I just wanted to highlight, and also highlight that visitors comment on progress that the Police Scotland have made in the provision of custody, and actually that's a positive story, or what looks like a positive story over the past kind of 5 to 10 years. Just finally, the next steps is to put this report for a final proofread after comments from members today, and then we'll formally publish it on our authority website in July when it's fully designed. I just wanted to thank Police Scotland as well, Chair, for their open and honest and constructive relationship that we have in terms of resolving any of these. And with your permission, Chair, I'll ask Keith maybe to come in and just give a brief overview of his experience as a visitor, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Keith, welcome to this meeting. We really appreciate you taking the time to come along today, but more than that, we appreciate the ongoing work that you voluntarily undertake and support Police Scotland and all your fellow volunteers. So is there anything that you would like to say, draw out from the report that we've seen here today?
Apologies, Keith, you're on mute. The wee unmute button just up at the bottom of the screen.
It's a wonderful thing, technology, Keith. It's I think we've all had a few struggles today with the new WebEx system.
Keith, there should be a button down the bottom left-hand side. That's you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we've got you, Keith. Thank you.
Right, it was a mute button. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm more than happy to be asked to represent independent custody visitors who are, at the end of the day, just members of the public. We're not legally trained in any police procedure, so every day is a school day when we visit. I'm speaking from Stranraer. We have approximately 90 detainees a month through the station, and a good proportion are foreign nationals who can present their own challenge when it comes to asking questions. We're quite often told that a certain person does not speak English, but we endeavour to speak to them, and it turns out they don't speak English to a uniform. We also do telephone visits as and when required. We're a wee bit short of volunteers here in the southwest of Scotland. So we do telephone monitoring as well, which quite often we get a better response from detainees over the telephone, in so much that they will actually thank you for speaking to them, which makes the job all the more worthwhile. We're received very well by custody staff. There's never been any complaints from detainees about how they've been treated and their welfare, which is good to hear. I've been a visitor for coming on 15 years now, and when I first started, we were all volunteers, even the coordinators, and we got a slight impression that we were a bit of a nuisance, especially when a station was busy. But things I've noticed a considerable change for the better in the way that we are received, and I think we're appreciated now. That's about as much as I can say at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Keith. And I'll just reiterate my thanks for the work that you and your colleagues undertake. You are an important part of the checks and balances to ensure that people's human rights are protected. And it's really good to hear, actually, that the improvement in the relationship that you've highlighted over 15 years, which is a long time. So really important to hear from you and your personal experience, sharing that with us. Could I ask ACC Middleton, who's here to support this as well, have you got any comments you would like to make on this, Wendy?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Keith, to yourself and colleagues as well for the work that you do. It's really important to me to understand lived experience as well throughout the criminal justice system, and I will speak about this under my own agenda item, but it is really important that our policies and our practices are shaped by actually lived experience. So thank you for that. And just to offer some reassurance, Chair, I think I've mentioned before, and certainly under HMICS as well, the inspections. I'm currently involved in going around all the custody suites. I've gone through quite a few now, and I do specifically ask my staff about the issues that are raised by our custody visitors. So I know last time showering facilities were raised and also anti-ligature suits. So I'm very particular around picking up these points again when I'm out and about. So just to offer, Keith, your reassurance to you and your colleagues that this does matter and it is important. And I think also, Chair, just to place on record my thanks to the custody staff who support us every day across Scotland. They are very committed and they are very caring. And a lot of what I'll talk about are improvements that we can make right across the system, but it's not to take away from the fact that the level of care is really exceptional, I think, in terms of the attitude and mindset that custody staff bring. And it's really heartening to hear about the relationship that has developed with custody visitors as well. So my thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to hear.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wendy. And very important that you do highlight the critical role that the custody staff play in this day in, day out. So thank you for that. And it's good to hear, from yourself as the ACC with responsibility in this area, responding so positively to the work that the visitors undertake. It's a team approach as always. And the system, from what we're hearing and is being reported, is invaluable, and it's working. Does anybody else have any questions or comments that they would like to make on this report? Tom Halpin.
So just like to add my own appreciation. The visit last year to custody suite, we heard very, very positively about the contribution of the independent custody visitors. The reports really helpful as well because it's truly is an independent insight into their provision of custody. And I know that we'll be talking about the Criminal Justice Support Division later on from ACC Middleton, with more discussion there. But it does highlight a couple of points, not for the visitors to answer, but they raise the issues which triangulates with what we hear elsewhere. And big ones, the state of the custody estate, and where cells are seen to be lacking in terms of their maintenance, whatever they're taken out of use. And then there's a table in that report which talks about the resolution rate for these repairs, etc. And some areas it's at 32%, which means that in a poorer state, we're losing facilities longer than should be necessary. I'd like to hear more about that. And the other point is for us just to reflect that the insight that we're getting is about the conditions and circumstances of people in our care and custody. But there's an external viewpoint of that in terms of what is reasonable in terms of future design of a state, and how far's too far away to have a custody, how many cells do you need, etc. And we don't get that insight from this report, so I just don't want us to lose that the importance of that as we come to make decisions in the future about what custody suites look like. But the resolution rate in the table in this report in terms of repairs, etc., means that cells are lying out of use for too long.
Thank you, Tom. Wendy, I see that you wish to come in and respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, Keith may want to comment also just on his experience of the estates in Police Scotland, the custody estate. I think to give some context, so obviously we're involved in the estates master plan at the moment, and that is really about future-proofing our Police Scotland estate as a whole, of which custody is a really important part. I think I've been very open previously about my concerns about the custody estate. I really haven't seen anything as bad. I think we have lots of buildings that just have not had the level of investment that they need. West Bell Street in particular jumps out as one where if I had have had a plan B straight away in what is a very busy custody environment, I would have closed West Bell Street custody. It is so very poor. So just by way of context, Tom, according to my data, which can vary, but I'm fairly content with this, we have 758 cells available in Police Scotland. And of course, we are a national service in terms of criminal justice. And we have on average 277 detained persons per day in the custody environment. Not all of them will stay overnight, of course, but that gives you some indication just around the number of cells we have. They're not, of course, all in the right areas where we need them. And again, that ties into the estates master plan. And for me, there's a couple of bits to this. One is to maintain at the really high level those custody suites which are suitable. So the likes of Kitty Brewster is an exceptional custody facility. It needs to be maintained. And even when I was visiting, we could already start to see little bits around the edges that were starting to decline. So estates, when I approached them about it, were very grateful around the feedback and agreed that they would maintain those estates. There are then at the other far end, the likes of West Bell Street that we need to do something with. We need to close it and we need to move to another site. But of course, that takes time, it takes planning, it takes engagement with our staff as well. And we need to make sure that we're able to service the demand in those areas. It's really interesting, Tom, in terms of how far should people be travelling to a custody suite. I think that, again, I come back to a national provision. And it's important that our custody suites are in areas that can be accessed by a number of divisions as well. That longer term planning is ongoing at the moment. But I have to say I have some real concerns having been in Greenock and Clydebank on last Monday afternoon. I do have concerns about the standard of our custody suites in some areas, and it is a priority for me to try and address that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Wendy. And the overall estate strategy, we are going to go into it in a seminar on Thursday, and I think the consistency of your comments are really important, as part of that ongoing discussion. So thank you. Tom, you want to come back in here, and there was an invitation as well for Keith, to make his observations on the conditions that he observes when he's undertaking his visits, and perhaps the feedback he receives from some of his colleagues. So maybe if I could let Keith come in, and then Tom. Keith.
Yeah. Sorry. What specifically do you want me to answer?
We're just thinking about there's some concerns about the physical conditions of some of the custody suites and how well they're maintained, how good the dignified facilities are, etc. Within them. And we just wondered, from your direct observations of visiting or speaking to colleagues, what your thoughts may be on that.
Yeah, I've visited maybe 5 or 6 different stations. They're all kept very clean, sanitized, albeit it's a cell. They have to ask for washing facilities or a shower. Basically, all there is a mattress on the floor and just latterly a pillow, puncture-proof, and a toilet. Not even toilet paper. So maybe things could be improved along those lines, but the treatment the detainees get is you couldn't fault it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Keith. Tom?
I'm grateful for Keith's feedback there, and I think it's really important, as ACC Middleton did as well, that we emphasise this is no way reflection on the care provided by our staff, which in my view, when I've seen it, has always been of a very high standard. It's the physical standards of the estate and locations of the estate is what we're talking about, and it's just the insight that we're receiving here into where cells are taken out, how quickly we can get them back in terms of the resolution. And there's a table in the report that says that is quite low in some areas. So that, I think, just in terms of the given the fairness to the work of our staff, that need to be clear in that. But what is ACC Middleton refers to that strategic review in terms of the estates, and I've great faith in that, and we'll work closely. But there is a need for independent assurance that we are being proportionate in terms of how far we take people out of communities, how much that demand is on patrol resources being taken out of their area to go to remote areas, etc., and volume of cells are available to us, etc. All these are big questions that need to be answered. But the idea, we talk about West Bell Street, and you'd close it tomorrow, but we've still got people in them. We've still got people in it, and therefore this is a big strategic issue for us going forward, and I just don't want to lose that at this moment.
Yeah, point well made, Tom. Thank you. We have Kirsty Scott wishing to come in, and then I've got Councillor Maureen Chalmers. Kirsty, could you come in first, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just to reiterate, as what Tom said as a national manager, for ICVS, it's more about the length it takes for repairs to be carried out. ICVs are reporting on repairs required, which some are long-standing. And that's where the issue is within the custody estates. It's getting the repairs carried out within a time period.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Kirsty. Maureen?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you. It was really just to reiterate the point made earlier on, because it came up specifically at the Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum last week. Our island colleagues were all expressing concerns about custody facilities and I think it was brought up in the context of the policing it takes round about that in island communities, but again expressing concerns about custody arrangements on our islands.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm sure this is an area that Police Scotland already understand, and it's part of their thinking going forward. I don't know if you want to comment on that, ACC Middleton.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, just to offer reassurance, this is one of the highest priorities within my area of business.
Yeah.
And on the back of me visiting custody suites, it's the absolute reason why I've been going out round all of them. And in terms of the length of time it takes for repairs, that's reflective of the age of the estate and the amount of buildings that we have. And I really do think, and that's why I presented the figures that I have at the moment around cell availability and cell capacity, because we've got far too many. And I'll touch on that around the CJ improvement work because it's all interconnected. But I think that's why, Kirsty, it's just, you know, for estates to try and service every station that we have in Scotland and the extent of the works that are required, it's really difficult. So what I was making the point around, you know, the good places that we do have, but we also then need to create good places as well. So every single person who's coming in through custody comes into a clean, well-functioning, modern, contemporary space, which is suitable for the purposes of the criminal justice system. And I think we're some way off that at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Wendy. Councillor Chalmers, you still have your hand up. Have you got a further question? Oh. Okay, is there any final comments or questions on this paper? No. Really important paper, as all the papers are. A full discussion there. Keith, it just remains for me to thank you on behalf of all of my colleagues, and please pass on that thanks to your fellow visitors. Your work is invaluable, and you've heard from this is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Alistair. I will do, yeah.
Okay, what I'm thinking now, it's 11:37. If we could have perhaps a short 10-minute comfort break. So if we come back at 11:47, and then we'll carry on with this morning's agenda. Everybody comfortable with that? Okay, see you in 10 minutes. think everybody's back.
Chair, if I could just ask that our members pop their cameras on so that we can confirm that we are indeed all back, that would be great. Thank you. Obviously still grabbing their cuppas.
We'll give it a minute. We'll give it a minute. Okay, so we're on to agenda item 2.5. Apologies, Martin, you were probably posed and ready to lead us through the paper and public polling insights, but I called a short comfort break. But over to you now. If you could lead us through this paper, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members, colleagues. And yes, I was prepared. It was more a challenge for the synchronicity of the clocks in the house to be back at 11:47 than anything else. Okay, so I don't propose to go through all the detail of the paper. I think I'll start by just picking out some main highlight points, take the paper as read, and then hopefully have a discussion and answer some questions at the end. So I'll start with some background and context. The authority has been undertaking 6-monthly systematic independent polling now for 2 years, and that's resulted in a sort of combined sample of more than 10,000 adults in Scotland. And that is a really strong basis for now starting to carry out some of the deeper dive analysis work, such as the one in the paper, when we have those much larger subgroup populations to be able to conduct the analysis on. So this is work which will supplement the sort of 6-monthly polling updates that the committee receives on a sort of rolling basis anyway. So it's additional insight essentially. I think it's fair to say that until now much of our reporting has been on trying to understand why there is a minority of people in Scotland who don't have as much trust and confidence in the police. I think it's important that we don't miss a trick here, and we actually also look at the other end of the spectrum at people who do have very high levels of trust and confidence in the police, because the drivers may not necessarily be the same behind those two positions along the spectrum. This specific paper has a focus on gender. I think the graph that's on page 3 of the report, where it shows the differences amongst different subgroups of the population, is quite striking. We can see from that women have 4.1% more trust and confidence in the Scottish average than men, who are 4.2% lower. So that's the starting point for this particular deeper dive piece of work. And when we look at that more closely, we see some distinct differences between men and women, with women more likely to feel that the police care about them, are providing protection, keeping them safe, and are listening and responding to their needs relative to men. The findings in the paper are not, however, universal among all women. It's really important we understand that. Older women have more trust and confidence than younger women. Women who live in more affluent and non-urban communities have much more trust and confidence in the police, as do women who do not live on their own. Encouragingly, though, we asked a question in January whether people's views had changed in the last 12 months in terms of their trust and confidence in the police. And when we actually look at younger women, we actually see that they've been the most dynamic in terms of shifting their trust and confidence than other groups, and much more positive in terms of how they've shifted their confidence and trust as well. So I think that's something that we want to take further as part of understanding why that may be, because there could be links to some of the work that's been underway on violence against women and girls. And I'll just move on there to just look at some of the next steps that we've got proposed. So in terms of these deeper dive pieces of work, we would like to look at young people collectively, both genders, age 16 to 24. and also look at the experience of people and the views of people living in more remote and rural areas of Scotland as well. We're going to also look to boost the sample in relation to health. So the fourth sweep of polling there in January, we asked a question about limiting and non-limiting physical and mental health. And we got quite a good balance, actually. I think 50% of those responded said that they had some sort of health condition, either physical, mental, limiting, non-limiting. But what we would need to do is ask that again in another couple of sweeps to build up that sample size so that we can actually do some really good analysis on that front. And we're also working with our external provider, the Diffley Partnership, at the moment to use focus group methods and start to drill down into some of the insights that we've already obtained to date. And that work's ongoing, and we'll report back to the committee later this summer, early autumn, I think, is the planned timetable. And finally, just to assure the committee, we have established links with Police Scotland and our external partners through our Joint Research and Evidence Forum, where we can take some of these key insights, put them on the table in terms of really specific questions that we potentially still have no answer to sort of help drive the research agenda for some of the more complex questions. And also we want to maximise awareness of these findings as well through more, I suppose, more easily digestible and engaging infographic-based outputs on our SPA website, through our socials, and through public briefings as well. I think the idea there is that, I suppose, in the same way that misery can like company, positivity can also spread through communication as well. So the intention is to start to link to the deeper dive series of infographic-based communications. I think I'll stop there. More than happy to take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brian, for walking us through some of the key areas there. Can I open it up? Does anybody have any questions for Brian at this point? I've got the two Toms. I've got Tom Halpin and Tom McMahon both want to ask a question or make a comment. So if I can go to Tom Halpin first, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Martin, for that report. It's very insightful in terms of the level of trust and confidence in police in Scotland. That's very encouraging. So my question is, apart from the research value of this, what about the public communication? You know, people need to hear that to give them that confidence in going forward. So is it very much within that evaluation world at the moment? Has it been picked up? Perhaps Tom McMahon could pick it up as well in terms of the Police Scotland's comms and the SPA comms.
Thanks, Tom. Martin, do you want to come in and respond? And I see that Amanda, I think she wants to respond to that as well.
Yes, I think there's definitely something to be said about communicating the positive messages out there rather than communicating negative messages. I think that's the whole world of social influence, and it's to make sure that we are putting out informed information wherever we've got that evidence. As long as it's underpinned by evidence, we should definitely be doing that in partnership with Police Scotland.
Okay, Amanda, do you want to come in and respond to the question posed by Tom?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to highlight, absolutely. So we have a regular communication plan in place around our 6 monthly polling to make sure that we're getting those results out, and we're using that to help inform awareness, understanding, trust and confidence. Alongside that, we have a public briefing that was co-authored by the Authority and Police Scotland on public trust and confidence. That's a document that we plan to update on a regular cycle, so that will allow us to continue to factor in our new analysis and deeper dive information, and ensure that what we have out there on the Authority website is as robust as it can be and contains as up-to-date information as possible in terms of our insights. It does tie really well to the regular update in the quarterly performance report from Police Scotland on action that's been taken around trust and confidence. And these are data that we share with our Police Scotland colleagues to ensure that they can factor that into their service planning as well.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Tom McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was really just a comment to say that from a Police Scotland perspective, this data is really valuable. It reflects the findings that we gather through the Your Police survey that we report quarterly. And we know from the focus group work that we've done that what underpins confidence is visibility, the approach we take to community policing in terms of the way in which we attend, and how people are kept up to date with reports that they make to us. And equally, the observation that Martin made about lower levels of confidence for those who have been victims or witnesses to crime, particularly those affected by poverty. That squares entirely with all of the work that we've done. The Chief, in terms of communications, has relentlessly emphasised that there is strong confidence in Police Scotland, but we recognise that there are areas, seldom heard communities, who have less confidence in us, and she's made a strong virtue of the fact that there's a lot of effort now going into outreach activity, whether it's through local policing or whether it's bespoke from the centre, just to ensure that we're engaged with communities effectively and we are following up. We think those will be the drivers of enhanced confidence, and we'll continue to monitor it and work closely with SPA colleagues to make sure that the committee and board get a really comprehensive report. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. Does anybody else have any questions on this? I've said this before, but since becoming a member of this authority, one of the things that struck me the most is that in the UK, policing is done by consent, and to enable that, you need to have the trust and confidence of the public. So these insights, to confirm or otherwise that, are invaluable. But my point is, on this, you mentioned, I think, was it the Joint Research and Evidence Forum? Was that what it was called, Martin? And it's, how do you translate, that this good evidence you've got, these useful insights, into change within Police Scotland to continue, to maintain the levels of trust and confidence, but then hopefully to improve them in the future? And is this type of work going to be some of the underpinning evidence that is used in the redesign of the policing model here within Scotland? Tom McMahon, I see you've raised your hand.
Yeah, thanks again, Alistair. It absolutely is. The work around the new policing model, particularly the redesign of local policing, is drawing heavily on the disaggregated data that we've managed to gather around public confidence, equally around user satisfaction and the feedback that we get in that area, which is also consistently strong and positive. But not forgetting the point about the seldom heard communities, about those living in areas of poverty. Equally, the work that SPA have led around the project to engage better and understand how we can improve confidence in areas of deprivation. The findings of that work are going to be really important, and we'll make sure that that's played into the redesign work as well. But to give you that assurance, that is absolutely central to the evidence base that we're going to be using. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Amanda?
Thanks, Chair. Just to build on what Tom said, I'm conscious that a lot of this work informs areas of work that ACC Bond leads as well, in terms of modernised contact and engagement and the work around public confidence governance, and it's absolutely something that we feed through the work of ACC Bond to ensure that it then informs practice, as has been said, and that we can start to have a think about how interactions become more nuanced depending on the needs of different groups from the deep dive analysis.
Thanks for that. Amanda, I mean, I'm reassured that, you know, this is not, inverted commas, just academic work. It's something that is really valuable, and it's something that is going to be utilised to inform the future of policing here within Scotland. So I take confidence from that. So thank you, and I would also commend the work that's been undertaken to support the ongoing work, particularly mentioned about young people, 16 to 24, and some of the rural areas. You know, I look forward to seeing what insights we gain from that. So thank you. Any final questions? No? Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the final one on this section. So 2.6, which is the COSLA update, which I believe Councillor Chalmers is going to be a verbal one from yourself today.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm delighted to be here to do this. We've had, first of all, introduce Leslie Webber, who has recently just come into COSLA covering Elisa, who many of you will know, covering her maternity leave. There's a bit of a gap between Elisa going off to her baby and Leslie starting, so that's why you've got a verbal update today. So it wouldn't be our usual way of doing things. So, but hopefully these areas, a couple of areas of work that will be of interest to the committee and cross COSLA activity links to policing. First of all, I've mentioned earlier on we had a COSLA Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum, which I was delighted to welcome Tom to. He was kind of standing in for Martin, SPA Chair, who normally attends, so it was lovely to see Tom there. We had that meeting on the 30th of May, and there was good, rich discussion across members on the different topics we had today on the agenda. A couple of the topics are going to be later on the agenda today, so I'll come in on those later on. The proportionate response to crime and mental health distress in particular. But we also looked at Police Scotland budget for 24-25 and the challenges faced in the year ahead, much of which has been covered already in the reports earlier on this morning. Members are understandably concerned about the impact of those challenges on police delivering, local police delivery, and welcome the commitment to focus on and invest in local frontline services and opportunities. And just referring to the last item, you know, that local visibility, particularly in areas, so I'm sitting in one right now in Blantyre in South Lanarkshire, where, you know, fairly high levels of deprivation, etc., and where there's really good police activity around about local engagement, local events, people being really visible to the local team, and that does make a difference. It does make a difference to a community like mine and others. But there was really good engagement around about those items. Assistant Chief Constable Tim Mayers also provided an update on the local policing service delivery review, so that we could better understand how policing is working at the moment and to create a target operating model that provides a modern, effective services and meets the needs of those different communities. Again, much of this was covered in the items under the papers under item 2, but I just wanted to highlight the interest from members who were keen to understand how this will look like, and what this will look like in their own areas, and any particular impacts and new ways of working. So it was really good discussion at that meeting on those topics. The COSLA, Scottish Police Authority framework on local scrutiny. Many of you will be aware that in 2021-22, SPA, Police Scotland and COSLA undertook a tripartite review of local police plans, and the approach has been taken to scrutinise local policing around the country. The review led to a recommendation being taken forward by the SPA and COSLA to develop guidance aimed at elected members and supporting officers to assist them with their scrutiny of local police plans. This guidance was developed in 2022, resulting in a framework for scrutiny being endorsed by the board that I chair, the COSLA Community Wellbeing Board. To support the joint SPA-COSLA improvement service work, a survey has been developed asking for feedback on the document and its use, which elected members and supporting officials can complete at any time. COSLA also hosted a joint session for elected members with SPA colleagues in March and with local authority officers in April, with support and input from Police Scotland and the Improvement Service. The sessions provided an opportunity to reinforce aspects of the framework for scrutiny and allowed elected members and local authority officers to seek clarification on any aspects of the guidance and discuss experiences of scrutiny with one another. Leslie's now going to be taking forward those discussions with SPA and the Improvement Service colleagues to agree next steps. And finally, I'd just like to provide an update on Equally Safe. I'm pleased to update you that leaders approved the draft Equally Safe Delivery Plan 2024-26 and the COSLA action under the primary prevention deliverable in the draft Equally Safe Delivery Plan is that COSLA will implement a 2-year programme aimed at supporting the development and integration of COSLA initiatives, focusing on enhancing women's access to power and resources. This will prioritise advancing gender equality and mitigating associated harms by addressing gender inequality through COSLA's policy scrutiny, development and decision-making process. And I'm sure that many of you are aware of how important that work is. Pending a few minor tweaks to come following scrutiny of the draft at the recent Equally Safe Joint Strategic Board, the report's going to be published, subject to ministerial approval, and now likely to be published just after the general election. Everything's been put back a wee bit to cover the general election. So I hope that this quick overview and update was helpful, and Leslie and I are happy to take any questions. And as always, if there's any particular areas of COSLA's work that members would like to find out more about, please don't hesitate to say, and we can ensure they're included in further updates. Thanks, Alistair.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. Maureen, it was a verbal update, but you certainly covered a significant number of very important areas there. So I'm hugely appreciative of that. And could I just formally welcome Leslie Weber. Delighted that you've joined the team, the wider team, and I'm sure that we'll work really well together over the coming months. So welcome. So with that, can I open this up? Does any members, anybody have any questions for Councillor Chalmers at this point? Tom.
Just to reiterate the benefit I got from having the opportunity to engage with the Scrutiny Conveners Forum, and there was a very high level of engagement as well from the leadership and heads of departments across Police Scotland, which was really encouraging to see in reports. And the areas that were discussed and brought up by members, I'm sure Maureen and others will recognise that, are very much reflected in the discussions we are having today under the Performance Committee. You know, the states in Dundee would be, I'm just looking at my notes there, the resources, culture, hearing that Equally Safe and violence against women and girls, etc. So those are common, and that's the encouraging thing, that the issues that we're talking about that are real within the SPA are real within the communities there as well, and that was a great benefit I got. So just a personal note to Maureen, Leslie and colleagues, thanks for that opportunity, but also my gratitude to Police Scotland for the way they're engaging with it and the level of representation they're making available to that forum.
Thanks, Tom. I'm always really appreciative. I mean, we always get excellent attendance at the Scrutiny Conveners Forum, appropriate to the agenda, but always, you know, a Deputy Chief Constable or equivalent person there as well. So really pleased about that. And again, I think as you saw that day, it was well attended too. So there is real engagement, I think, at local level with it. And I did give a bit of a plug for this meeting and encourage people to watch this because it's streamed live if they want to kind of just see how the committee works and be able to observe the different reports and everything. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you actually giving this committee a bit of a plug and asking if your local scrutiny conveners, maybe their colleagues, could view it and see the value that it adds, because I've got no doubt of the value that local scrutiny adds, and what we've got to do is you know, as best we possibly can, combine this so we make sure that Police Scotland is delivering at a strategic level, but how does that strategic deliver translate down to the experiences within local communities, that lived experience of policing at a local level? That's what collectively these different scrutiny forums, I believe, are trying to achieve. Apologies from myself. That scrutiny conveners meeting on the 30th of May, unfortunately, I couldn't make it. I would love to have come along, and I hopefully we'll be able to do so at a future one. Can I ask you a question about the guidance framework in terms of scrutiny? And I think you mentioned there, Maureen, that you've got a survey out there looking for feedback on its effectiveness or not. How long will that run? And when it completes, will we get the feedback to continue on this journey of improvement?
Maybe Leslie can confirm how long it's going to run. I think it's quite open.
It is, yep. So it's running until 31st of March 2026, and I can send a link to the survey to everybody here.
Great. So it's meant to kind of give people a real opportunity to kind of feedback, and I'm sure that will, in some shape or form, through Amanda or whoever, come back in to hear, won't it, Amanda?
Yeah. Amanda?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so the intention of the survey is to have a bit of an open forum for local areas to feedback on how they're using the framework, whether there are things they would like to see included in a future iteration, anything that's not working for them in the framework just now, so that it's a bit of a continuous improvement approach to the document itself. We are, though, keen to reflect on how the framework's been used, how the recommendations and actions that were progressed as part of the tripartite review that Councillor Chalmers mentioned have impacted on delivery of both the development of local police plans, but also the ongoing delivery and reporting through local scrutiny, and use that to bring an update report to this committee probably towards the end of this calendar year that gives a bit of a progress report on what actions we're committed to, how they've had an impact at a local level, and what local scrutiny arrangements are looking for from us next in terms of that relationship between national and local. And one of the things that we have committed to and we're developing at the moment is some performance scrutiny guidance, which will sit as part of the framework and will support a more performance and quantitative data focused conversation on scrutiny to support the analysis that local scrutiny committees provide on performance at their local authority level.
Thanks, Amanda. That's very, very helpful. I appreciate you explaining that to me. Can I just ask one final quick question, Councillor Chalmers? You got the update on the work that's been ongoing in terms of the redesign of local service delivery, and was that linked in to the revised model of policing within Scotland? Do you feel you've got good insights into the work that's ongoing there?
Yes, I think so. There was really good engagement in the discussion, and it's not the first time it's been on our agenda, so it was more of an update. But I know that members are attending, and hopefully, Tom, so there's folk are not shy. They certainly contribute well from their local perspective and ask challenging questions. So, but I think the one thing I would say to you is we're on a journey, which is why the improvement work's there in terms of making sure that local scrutiny is really effective, works well for everyone, and links into kind of what's happening nationally as well. And there's that conduit, there's that flow of information. And one of the things we've been doing is making sure that our local conveners are aware of the agenda for this meeting. I've got links to papers, so that they can keep abreast of what's going on. Because sometimes at local level, when you're convening something, you can feel quite isolated in that role, especially if it's quite a big topic and there's a lot going on. And remember that all our local authorities are all configured in different ways. So sometimes there's just a kind of, you're chairing a police scrutiny committee, and other times, like here in my own local authority, it's the Safer South Lanarkshire Board. So with which everything, you know, there's community safety, fire, police, and lots of other things involved in. So there's different experiences locally, and therefore we've got to take cognizance of that and make sure we're supporting people individually and collectively.
Yeah, that again, appreciate the insight and the explanations. Does anybody have any final questions for Councillor Chalmers at this stage? No. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the update, and really appreciate that ongoing engagement and that working together. And I'm sure it'll continue in such a positive way going forward. Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Just give people a little flag. We'll cover this one, and then after that we will break for lunch. So we've moved on to the next section, which is section 3, the oversight of improvement in policing. And 3.1 is the mental health, distress and policing update. And we've got Amanda Coulthard, the Head of Strategy and Performance, and Chief Superintendent Matt Payden, who are going to walk us through this paper. So I'm not sure if it's Amanda or Matt that's going to introduce it first, but over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll make a start on some of the background and strategic update, and then Chief Superintendent Payden will come in with a bit more detail. So members of this committee know that this is an area of work that the authority's been focused on since 2021-22. It's been a priority area of focus given the insights that Police Scotland have provided to both the authority and committee about the increasing level of mental health related demand and the impact that has on policing overall. So the authorities carried out a huge amount of work in this area, and this committee has had previous updates on that work. Today's an opportunity to provide you with a bit of insight into the work that's been underway recently and where we anticipate that work going over the remainder of this year. In December of last year, the authority supported Scottish Government to write to all territorial NHS board chief executives seeking their support for a series of local workshops to understand transfer of care practice in local areas across Scotland. The sessions were led by the authority with support from Scottish Government and Police Scotland over March and April in NHS, Lanarkshire, Highland and Forth Valley, with a view to understanding that local relationship between policing, mental health services and acute NHS services, mainly looking for insights into what arrangements are in place that avoid individuals in distress being taken to accident emergency, which everyone agrees is not the right place for individuals in crisis, but tends to be a default position where no other arrangements exist. So those 3 sessions were very much discussion based and provided a bit of an overview of how things work in each of the 3 areas, what current model activity would be considered to be good practice, and what things local officers and staff would like to see changed, or where improvements could be made. A number of examples of practice that we're interested in exploring further came out of those sessions. So we had examples of direct referral telephone-based triage that ensured that officers were able to directly contact community mental health services and get an individual in crisis to the support they required without having to go through accident emergency as access to that support. We heard a lot about proactive multi-agency case planning and shared risk assessment tools as well. So great examples across Scotland, and we are keen to do a bit of work to understand how that could be scaled and cascaded so that there's consistent provision across the country. There have also been a series of unscheduled care workshops held, hosted by Police Scotland, but with partners and stakeholders involved as well. To support all of that work, we established at the beginning of this calendar year a partnership delivery group. You'll see in paragraphs 2.7 to 2.9 in the paper, we provide an update on the work of that group, including the wide range of partners who are involved across the statutory and voluntary sector. We're currently developing a framework as part of that partnership delivery group, which will be underpinned by a national action plan, making commitments over the short, medium and long term in terms of actions that require to be taken. And a lot of this work is stemming from the recommendations that were made by HMICS in their review of the policing of mental health in Scotland that was published in October of last year. And Chief Superintendent Payden, I think, will want to say more about how Police Scotland are responding to those recommendations, Chair. So I'll hand over to him now.
Well, thanks, Amanda, and thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to go into some more detail regarding the approach that we're taking. So, as Amanda has indicated, there's currently a range of complex work either underway or being considered across the whole of the mental health arena, and really pleased to see the collaboration across all statutory agencies and the third sector in considering what good practice looks like to ensure that consistency around a person-centred whole system approach. So I came into PPCW in March of this year and have been carrying out a wholesale review of some of the approaches that we have been taking, and a lot of absolutely tremendous advances been made over recent months and years, and we're currently sort of realigning and enhancing some of our governance arrangements. Within the paper, you'll see that DCC Spears is now chairing a strategic oversight board specifically to drive forward activity associated with mental health. And as Amanda alluded to there, a key component of that is the delivery of consistent mental health and scheduled care provision. So we're actively involved in mapping that out across the whole of Scotland. And again, identifying good practice through that. We are actively looking at the delivery of a community triage service reference guide, which will be available for all officers via the PDA and intranet, which will enable them to liaise at the point of contact with an individual in crisis to ensure that they gain access to a mental health clinician, to ensure a streamlined process is undertaken, to avoid, as Amanda said, the requirement to attend accident or emergency on regular occasions. So the team that I have working are fully coordinated around the HMICS thematic inspection on mental health, because there is overlap in relation to a great deal of the actions and activity that are underway through both the partnership delivery group and internally through Police Scotland. A key component of that is the performance data, and we're actively working on that to ensure that is shared and also monitored to evaluate the outcomes as the work progresses over the next number of months. The publication of the Mental Health Policing Framework is due to be considered later on this year, and we're actively involved in supporting the formation of that. More widely, in terms of some of the collaborative work, Chair, just to give the assurance that we have been engaging fully with the third sector. Over recent weeks, we've engaged with SAMH, the Samaritans. Last week, we visited the Hope Point in Dundee and the Nook in Perth to consider and look at best practice within a community setting. And finally, I'll just touch upon the mental health communication strategy, which we're devising both internally for our own staff to highlight the practice that's under development just now, and also create a culture of positivity around risk aversion. That's been looked at internally, and an external communication strategy is at an advanced stage of development and due for release soon. That's just a quick summary of some of the key headlines, Chair, but happy, I'm sure, along with Amanda, to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Matt and Amanda. Really appreciate your introductions to this paper and a hugely significant area of work, not just for Police Scotland, but as has been highlighted, this requires a whole system approach. So there are many other agencies, both statutory and third sector, that need to be involved in that. So I appreciate that being highlighted and emphasised. So with that, can I open it up for questions, if anybody has any questions at this stage? Tom Halpin.
Thank you. Matt, I was really heartened to hear about the work that you're doing with the third sector. And I understand the organisations and type of services that you're engaging with, and that are absolutely critical. There are wider services which are more about crisis intervention and supports, as opposed to the ongoing treatment and care. And those services very often are not actually delivered within identifiable mental health services. I'm thinking the likes of criminal justice support services with mentoring, where the mentors in there are the ones that are receiving the initial phone call from their mentee in crisis, and then moving them back into those services. So just in terms of third sector, are you getting upstream into that type of service as well, in order to, because that's where you'll find third sector resources able to accompany people in A&E, waiting rooms and things like that, that actually really does release police resources at the time.
No, absolutely. Thanks for the question, and it's an area that we're actively working on, and just now to advance the understanding nationally around the picture. There are areas of really good practice that exist just now, and it's about coordinating with the third sector around the fuller picture, mapping that out through the partnership delivery group that Amanda is involved in chairing, and we've got a growing membership through that as well. So that's really informing the development of the policing plan and framework, to ensure that no stones left unturned in terms of our approach to consider that best, it's people-centred approach to people in crisis. Because there's no doubt about it, we continue to provide a service, and absolutely when people are in crisis, but there needs to be complete coordination across the range of statutory and third sector organisations.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I have Katerina, and then I have Councillor Chalmers.
Hi, thank you very much for the report, Amanda and Matt. Really interesting, and again, just to echo what colleagues said, such a hugely important area of work. So really pleased to kind of hear the update. I suppose my question is, so having read about the transfer care workshops that by the sense of it have been hugely fruitful, I'm wondering, can you maybe just be a little more specific about the actual outputs? I mean, I know that your paper makes reference to the action plan and the progress update, etc., but more tangibly, I suppose, is there anything that we will be seeing in the near future that will be coming to us from more tangible proposals or more kind of concrete action steps? Because I appreciate at this stage it's still at an early stage, there's a lot of scoping work, and I'm just kind of jumping to, okay, practically, what does it mean for us, and at what stage might we see something that is just a lot more tangible than kind of the really important strategic scoping work that's happening just now?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to reassure, one of the asks that was made of us when we started this work was something really practical that would change practice. We've had some great engagement with unions and federations, and they've been very clear with us that they want to see something that will have an impact on frontline officers. They want to see something that officers will recognise as making a difference for them. So we're in the early stages of discussing what we could identify from the list that would be the just do it actions, the things that don't need a long-term commitment, but that could be operationalised pretty quickly. I won't say any more than that, because that's very much in Matt's space, but that's the conversations we're having at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair, thank you. And thanks again, Amanda, for attending the Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum in May and taking us through this paper in a bit of detail. As you know, folk were really interested and provided lots of examples of where there was evident challenges with mental health and pressures on policing. So a wee short update and then a kind of question or a kind of comment. The Chief Constable, as you may know, attended COSLA Leaders meeting in April and was discussing this very issue, the role of police in mental health distress and the pressures it places on capacity. So following informal discussion around that meeting as well, we've written to the Chief Constable from COSLA noting similar concerns about rising demand and also decreasing resources and capacity. So myself and my COSLA colleague, Councillor Paul Kelly, who's the spokesperson for health and social care, are going to be meeting the Chief Constable later this month. We're going up to Tullyallen to meet with her, and so that we can have a good discussion on collectively how we can meet the needs of our communities in that context of current pressures. In terms, so that's a really positive kind of hopeful that will contribute to that work. I suppose in terms of one comment, just following on from what we were talking about a few minutes ago, I just wonder where the conversations happening at community planning level. So I'm thinking the Community Planning Improvement Board nationally, obviously, but also community planning partnerships locally. And particularly because our third sector interfaces are engaged there. And, you know, are a member of most boards. So, and that's where you might engage with that broader based community and third sector organisations that can be helpful, you know, are not specifically maybe mental health organisations, but provide support, because I know there was tremendous work done, for example, in responding to our humanitarian protection schemes and all the other work locally. So that's, I would be interested to know where we're at with that. And the other case, I suppose, concern is about how the work and the framework being considered under mental health, distress and police partnership delivery group, just concerned it doesn't put pressure on out of hours social work colleagues, because you will all know the pressure on social work, and particularly around justice social work, but you will know the broader based social work pressures there are, and our out of hours services are obviously a go-to. You know, if it is out of hours, or kind of one of the services around with police who are there. So just making sure there's no unintended consequences there. I know that the leadership board, who will oversee the delivery of the mental health and wellbeing strategy, is going to be stood up in autumn. And Police Scotland SP are currently not proposed to be part of that membership, but I'm sure, and I know that Amanda and colleagues in COSLA will make sure that the links are made across the respective relevant groups, so that we're not duplicating, but we're keeping connected and communicating well and connecting well, because I think a couple of times it's been said already, this is critical that we're well coordinated, that we avoid duplication, and that we do everything we can to work hard together. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. You're absolutely right. We've got part of the reason for the wide membership that we have on the Partnership Delivery Group is to try and ensure that we've got representation that gives us those links to all of the other discussions that are happening. We don't want everyone involved in every piece of work, but we want to make sure that we've got a shared understanding of all of the work. And I have to say, having Hannah from COSLA involved in the conversations makes a massive difference in terms of being able to give us the insight into the wider work that's underway around mental health and wellbeing, as well as obviously our colleagues from the mental health team within Scottish Government. In terms of your first question about the relationship to community planning and TSIs, both at the local and national level, we have the third and voluntary sector represented through Voluntary Health Scotland on our Partnership Delivery Group. And actually, I am speaking to the COSLA, SOLAS, Police Scotland, SPA oversight group this afternoon to talk about how we ensure that all of our local authority partners are aware of the work, not just the areas that we've engaged with directly. We do have a bit of work to do, I think, as we define the actions that will form the National Action Plan. Before publication, we have some work to do to engage with local areas to understand how that maps against current practice in their area and what implications it may have for them. To be clear, we're not proposing any immediate changes. What we'd be talking about is scoping and designing some consistent practice across Scotland. You know, from the Chair and the Chief Constable's input to leaders at the end of last month, that the NUC and Hope Point Centre were highlighted as examples of best practice. We've got some work to do to understand what the funding model looks like for that, what provision is actually delivered across centres that are equivalent to that across Scotland, and then make some suggestions about what we think a national model of provision might look like, with the caveat that obviously that national model of provision would have to be funded and be sustainably funded to provide the service that's required. I think we're probably at the point now of having that conversation with the Community Planning Improvement Board nationally about how it ties into those wider partners who sit around the table. that allows us to pick up on some of those out of hour pressures that you mentioned, and making sure that we are not shunting responsibility for response across different public sector organisations. We've had many conversations that recognise, as HMICS said in their review, this is a whole system issue and requires a whole system response. So it's about working out in a trauma-informed and person-centred way what that user journey should look like, and then designing the service that supports it. And that might mean a ramping up or ramping down of some individual agency inputs to it, but we have to do that collectively to make sure that it makes most sense. Your final point about the Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy Delivery Board, while we're not proposed for membership of that board at the moment, we would be happy to be involved or to feed in and attend board whenever required to update on the work, whatever makes most sense for the board membership itself. But we do very much appreciate the support that we've had from COSLA and from local government on this work.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if you've got anything to add to the responses that were provided there by, very comprehensive responses provided by Amanda.
No, Alistair, nothing else to add. Thank you. Amanda covered it all.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And just to comment on your update at the beginning, I think that ongoing dialogue and that meeting with the Chief Constable, that it really underscores that this is a whole system approach that's required, and those conversations at that level and agreements need to take place. So I'm encouraged to hear that as well. Just a very specific question from me. Matt, you mentioned about the mental health comms strategy, and one of the focuses in that is addressing some of the concerns that frontline officers and staff have around the fact that they're responsible and they're risk averse, and you want to address that. And this is something that was highlighted as actually by the Federation quite recently. So I'm encouraged, you know, that you're beginning to address that. Do you want to expand upon the approach that's being taken here?
No, happy to do so. So I think there are a couple of different elements to that risk aversion. One is training and support, and we're carrying out a whole system review of the training that's provided just now, from probationer to operational officers, and looking nationwide at training packages to support officers. And there's a whole suite of training material that we're currently reviewing, again, to identify what fits organisationally or what can be adapted to support officers in their decision making when they're attending an incident with a person in crisis. Now, I'm not proposing for a second that all officers are trained up to the standard of a mental health clinician. It's about providing support around distress and other conditions that they might encounter. The second aspect of that is a mental health toolkit that will support that decision making as well, and empowerment from Force Executive to empower officers to have trust and confidence in the framework and toolkits that are provided. So that's a snapshot of some of the activity that we're taking in that space. And we have the Federation actively involved within the Strategic Oversight Board. So, you know, we're closely monitoring that as it develops to ensure that we're listening to operational staff. And I was out yesterday in one of the areas listening to operational staff speaking directly about their experience and some of the anxieties they have over this. So we're keen to you know, listen as widely as possible and ensure that our approach addresses these concerns.
I appreciate that update, and you know, I think the point that this is going to be a person-centred approach. You know, there's somebody that needs support, needs assistance, and we won't lose focus on that. But it's a whole system that will do that. But to hear some of the specifics around how frontline officers and staff are being supported and will be better supported going forward, that's encouraging as well. And I think that overall strategic perspective you've given us has been really helpful. And just a last comment from me, you know, I think the establishment in the Strategic Oversight Board under DCC Spears, you know, that highlights the prominence this has within the service, rightly so. So I'm appreciative of the journey so far, and we will look forward to further updates. And as Katerina said, some of the specifics, about what can be done, that practical action plan, I think that would be helpful to this committee going forward. Any final questions or comments from anybody? No. Okay. I think what we'll do now, we're getting through the agenda at a good pace here today, so appreciate that. I think it's time to break for lunch, and if I could ask if everybody could be back for 1:15, 13:15, that acceptable to everybody? Okay, thank you. See you then. Hopefully that's everybody suitably refreshed, and we're ready for the next item on the agenda, which is item 3.2, which is the HMICS Inspections Improvement Plans, a progress summary for demand, custody, Fife and Dumfries and Galloway. And we have Angela Wood, the Head of Policy, Audit, Risk and Assurance, to lead us through this paper. So, Angela, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I've been invited today to present the HMICS Inspection Progress Update. This is a revised format for providing this update and improvement plans, and it was requested by my SPA colleagues, by yourself members, who I believe are looking for a single report to cover multiple inspections rather than one report per publication. And I believe this is in order to place focus on trends and areas for concern and to assist in identifying themes, but also to achieve that greater level of consistency. So the report itself has been drawn together by my audit management team, whose role is to support business areas to develop improvement plans and response to recommendations, and to support and track those recommendations through to closure, which also provides an oversight for the wider impact of improvement aligned to the wider organisational commitments. As per the report provided, good progress has been made with 6 recommendations and 5 areas for development. These have been proposed for closure, and they are currently with HMICS for assessment before they can be discharged. We have identified themes. However, this report does cover 5 publications at different stages, and 4 of which are custody related. Therefore, the themes are heavily influenced by those custody reports. The themes for the custody inspections are largely around 3 main areas, and these are the recording of information, the physical environment, and cleaning standards. In terms of cleaning standards, there doesn't appear to be a widespread issue with cleanliness. In fact, HMICS observed that many of the centres were in good state of repair despite their age, and there's also recommendation around about the types of cleaning product used and the training and awareness of such that's been provided to staff. In terms of our kind of physical environment, there are a few recommendations around about the layout of custody facilities, available to holding areas and showering facilities, etc. And these are all being progressed with our estates and changes being made where possible. There's also recommendations around about the efficiency of processing layouts, and there's good progress being made with the end-to-end reviews, working with our IT colleagues to speed up processing times by removing of apps within our systems. In terms of the recording of information, although recording gaps have been identified, these are quite small in number, and the division do carry out regular reminders through their briefings systems. They have divisional engagement forums where they review learnings from both FAIs and PERC investigations, and they do press upon the importance of this. The provision of mobile devices in all centres is helping, but we do accept there have been some Wi-Fi signalling issues, and although this has been overcome, there's a huge cultural change required to embrace this change. And not forgetting, this is an extremely challenging and demanding work area which has undergone significant change since the formation of Police Scotland. It's an area where staff have to adapt to change to achieve greater consistency in this time, and we need to be careful that our messaging, as they are doing important and very demanding work. We're also engaging with our internal business assurance function to see if there's any additional support that can be provided. However, as per the cleaning, a lot of this can be impacted on the demand in the centres, the time of day, and the extent to which there are abstractions. I think it's also worthy of note that these are also joint inspections in terms of custody, and some of the recommendations require joint work with our NHS partners, and not all NHS boards work at the same, and there is a degree of flexibility required across our centres. One issue of note is the provision within Lanarkshire, which is actually a slightly different model that's in place with other areas. But Police Scotland now have a rich source of data on police demand, which will be used to influence any change. Further outstanding is the demand recommendation. There has been some significant progress within this, and we are aware it is an area that we have to improve. It is recorded within both the people plan and our strategic workforce planning strategies, and we have now completed training for the people partners and will liaise with HMICS in relation to how this training is being used to support divisions to implement changes. However, we are aware that it's unlikely that we'll have enough evidence until some of the big redesign projects are underway. In terms of the report, I'm happy to receive feedback on the format report, whether you felt that this format has been helpful to the board and members today, and we'll work with Amanda and our SPA colleagues towards what kind of report you would feel is most beneficial in order to provide an appropriate update. I'm happy personally to take any questions, but I'm also aware that the business areas are represented on the call and they may wish to add any further clarity to the report that I've provided.
Thank you, Angela, for leading us through this. First of all, I'll open it up to colleagues. Is there any questions at this stage that you have? No, I've just got a couple of questions for you, Angela. The first one, I think you may have covered this. You mentioned that as you're implementing the recommendations before closure, you take them back to the HMI and you get that agreement that this can be closed. But there's also some slippage of timescales in there. So I'm presuming you use the same process. And how do you assess the risks if things do slip?
Well, I suppose we would use our standard kind of risk analysis in terms of we have our risk registers, and my team works, obviously I have the audit team and the risk team both under my portfolio area, so we work very closely in terms of being able to identify any additional risks that may present themselves due to timescales and slippage. So it would just be the usual risk identification methods that we would use as opposed to something separate to that. Yeah. So those risks would be raised alongside our risk teams, and to make sure that they're on both either the departmental risk registers or anything more significant should it have a more significant impact in that wider area.
Yeah, and then when you're liaising with your colleagues within the HMI, I'm assuming then that using those risk assessment tools that you use, you utilise that in terms of explaining. So this is the wrong word, but justifying the slippage to make sure you get the agreement. So it's a conscious decision-making process.
Absolutely, and in fact, something that we're working towards due to the high volume that Police Scotland have in terms of recommendation, we are starting to look at that kind of prioritisation of recommendations that we should address more urgently due to the risk that they present to the organisation. So risk is very much front and centre of our decision-making processes round about how we execute recommendations.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to hear you confirming that, so thank you. And I think that approach that you're intending to take to improve that, I think that will be helpful as well. We spoke a lot earlier around the work that's undertaken by the independent custody visitors and the themes that they pick up and some of the themes that were included within the ICVS annual report. And actually, there's quite a lot of read across. There's a real consistency there, which I know we're going to speak about it later. But in terms of improving the overall property portfolio, but also improving specifically, the custody suites and the issues that are picked up on. More than a question, this. I think there is a real consistency. There's strong evidence there, so it shows the value, of the HMI work. Not that I would question it, but also shows the way that Police Scotland embrace it and take it forward. So I'm happy with that. I don't really have a question there. It's really an observation. And you asked us a question about feedback around the format. I mean, I'll open up to colleagues if they want to comment it, but I welcome the new format. I think that consistency is really useful to us, that over time drawing out the themes, interdependencies across the organisation, drawing that all together, and as you mentioned, that prioritisation through risk, I think that all improves on our monitoring of the progress that you make in implementing HMI recommendations. So at this very early stage, I'm appreciative of it. I'm not sure if any of my any of my colleagues want to add any comment to that. No, I think we'll take their silence as agreement. Okay.
No, Thank you. No, happy for the report to evolve, as we kind of move forward. And just in terms of the ICVS report, it does reflect quite positively on both providing healthcare intervention and information and cleaning. And it also does highlight the challenges in that kind of overall estate, which is recognised that is requiring significant investment. But no, I kind of mirror your comments on that. Thank you.
Lovely. Okay. Thank you very much, Angela. I appreciate your input there.
Thank you.
We move on to section 3.3, which is a biometric review of images and progress report. And we have Dr. Brian Plastow, the Scottish Biometric Commissioner, who's going to introduce this paper for us. And he's supported by Gillian Jones from Police Scotland, who's also attending. So, Brian, if I could pass over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. I'm new to WebEx as well, so can I just confirm that you can hear me and see me okay? You can, good. Thanks, Chair. So, listen, thanks once again for the opportunity to address the Police and Performance Committee, and with your permission, I'll briefly cover two substantive but related issues. Firstly, just to say a few words about the Images Assurance Review that was laid before the Parliament on the 25th of March this year. And then secondly, to say a few words about progress made by Police Scotland on the 4 recommendations that were made last year from the 2 assurance reviews that the committee will remember were conducted in partnership with the SPA, COSLA and the Children's Centre for Youth Justice. So starting with the first of those themes then, on the recent images review, the committee will be aware that in each year of my strategic plan, we basically pick a theme and we have a deep dive into that theme, and the objective is to lay an assurance report before the Parliament to assure them that biometric data or technologies are being used lawfully, effectively or ethically. And over this winter, we had a look at how Police Scotland, the SPA and the PIRC manage images, recordings and photographs, and that included having a look at what databases they use, what manual systems they use, how many images they hold, and the governance arrangements around all of that within each organisations. Now, one of the key messages from the report is that unlike fingerprints and DNA that exist in single defined databases, images are literally everywhere. And that's to the extent that it's actually difficult for any of these organisations, including Police Scotland, to be confident about how many images they hold. And as you'll have read in the report, for Police Scotland, we estimate that Police Scotland have on retention somewhere in the region of 3 million plus images, but not actually knowing and not having much management information around all of that makes governance around retention very challenging. However, as highlighted in the report, all of the agencies, including Police Scotland, are improving their governance arrangements around all biometric data types, and images, whether used for verification or identification, make a really valuable contribution to community safety and law enforcement in Scotland. There's no doubt about that. Now, in the images report, there were no recommendations for the SPA Forensic Services or the PIRC. There were no recommendations for Police Scotland either, but there could have been, but I chose not to, because had I done so, it would have been exactly the 4 same recommendations that were made a year previously in the reports on children and vulnerable adults. And those recommendations, which the committee will recall were discussed at this committee back on the 15th of June last year, were firstly for Police Scotland to uphold the information rights of data subjects by giving arrested people some basic information on the reasons why their data was taken and what it would be used for. Secondly, to let arrested people know about the statutory code of practice that was approved by the Parliament in November 2022, including their right to complain to the Commissioner. Thirdly, to improve and publish better management information around biometric data to better inform strategic decision making and maintain public confidence. And finally, to develop distinct policies on the acquisition of biometric data from children who are arrested And that was a recommendation that had actually been made to Police Scotland back in 2018 by the Independent Advisory Group on Biometric Data, which wasn't followed up. So at the point of publishing our images report in March 2024, key finding was that Police Scotland had not yet provided any training to their staff, including custody staff, on the Code of Practice, which was approved by the Parliament back in November 2022. And I have to say to you, that was a disappointing finding, as between the code taking legal effect in November 2022 and the publication of the images report in March 24, there will be somewhere in the region of 100,000 custody episodes in Scotland. And that, of course, means that the opportunity to uphold the information rights of arrested people who've had biometrics acquired in those 100,000 custody episodes was actually missed. However, there is a good news story in amongst all of that, which is I'm pleased to be able to advise the committee that Police Scotland are now making good progress on the 4 recommendations. In late March, Police Scotland put in place a new policy in relation to children, meaning that biometrics are mostly only taken from under 18s now in relation to sexual violent offending. Then yesterday, 10th of June, I'm advised that a new procedure went live in all police custody facilities. I've yet to verify this, to ensure that an information leaflet on biometrics is provided to every person who has their DNA, fingerprints and images taken because of arrest, so that they're aware of their rights. The new procedure will be accompanied by an electronic briefing to custody staff, and the leaflet, which I've seen myself, provides information on Police Scotland's responsibilities, not just in terms of the Scottish Biometrics Commissioners Act, but also in terms of the UK Data Protection Act. And an easy read version is also being prepared. And Police Scotland also plan to publish enhanced management information on biometric data commencing at the end of Q1, so that should be available from next month. And there are also plans to update their biometric SOP, their standard operating procedure, to reflect all of this. So I suppose, Chair, against that context, I'm pleased to advise the committee that I wrote to Police Scotland yesterday, indicating that in the next month or so, and after some due diligence checks, I hope to be able to determine formally that all 4 recommendations from 2023 will have been successfully discharged.
Yeah.
And it has, Chair, taken a bit longer than anticipated, but I would like to acknowledge publicly the leadership of Detective Chief Superintendent Susie Chow, Gillian Jones, Police Scotland's head of biometrics, and her deputy Diana Dundas in driving this agenda in recent months. So I'm going to stop there, Chair. I hope that's a brief summary both of the report and of the progress on previous recommendations. And of course, I'm very happy to take any questions on any of that.
Thank you very much for that update, Brian, and the explanation as to the rationale behind the point you got to and where we are now in terms of the implementation of the recommendations and how you take it forward. That was very clear and helpful. I have Tom Halpin looking to come in and ask a question. You did acknowledge the work that Gillian Jones and others have done. Gillian's here today in support of this paper as well. So before I open up to Tom, Gillian, is there anything you want to add to the points, the commentary that's just been provided by the Commissioner?
Yes, if possible, we would like to take this opportunity to provide a brief update to committee members. Since our last update back in June 2023, Police Scotland had no dedicated resources for the strategic coordination, governance and oversight of biometric data. However, since the end of February this year, we now have myself as head of biometrics and a biometric data lead, and we'd like to provide some update on what our strategic plans are, if you're agreeable. We have introduced a joint governance forum with SP Forensic Services to support strategic activity. This will include a biometrics risk register, progression of all audit recommendation and regular reviews of policies and procedures. A joint biometric strategy and policy are planned for publication later in the year, and once delivered, we could focus on the wider training and knowledge provision across custody and other areas with links to biometrics.
We are also working with corporate communications to draft and agree a biometrics comm strategy to ensure consistent external messaging, as well as improved engagement and benchmarking with England and Wales and our own digital and data team in relation to biometric AI capabilities, such as facial matcher, etc. Custody biometric retention periods are now available publicly via the Police Scotland Records Retention SOP, which will improve the information provided to the public, and we have been supporting the Commissioner and the Scottish Government in a review of the laws of biometric retention. In relation to improving the management of information referred to in the recent thematic review, the ACC for Professionalism and Assurance does have a data and retention oversight group which manages unstructured and hard copy data, which will include images. We've also been working with the Chief Data Office, who have introduced new tooling called Data Belt, which we plan to trial to specifically identify the location of images across the force within SharePoint, emails, etc., which should support better governance of images across the force over and above those unstructured databases. Unlike DNA and fingerprints, images do not have overarching legislative powers. However, we are hoping this will be addressed via the laws of the retention review. Just to follow up on what the Commissioner has said, to ensure the satisfactory discharge of the 2023 recommendations, the leaflet has been distributed on Friday nationally across custody centres. It will have a QR code which will link readers to a new biometrics website on the Police Scotland page, which will give easier access to our privacy notices, our retention periods, as well as direct links to the Commissioner's website and his statutory code. We are on course to publish Q1 improved management data in July, which will extend our current publication from DNA to include fingerprint, image, retrospective facial matching and biometric matching as well, to further evidence how biometrics can support policing. And we are pleased to confirm the new policy for the acquisition of biometrics from children has been live within the force since March, and again this will be reflected in a refreshed SOP. We also now are represented across numerous UK biometric forums and will work together with our strategic partners at the upcoming Biometrics Oversight Board.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Gillian. I now have Tom Halpin, who has a question.
Thank you. I'm very appreciative this is an emerging area of police business, and there's a huge amount of work ongoing. You talk about, Gillian, later in the year for the delivery of the joint strategy with Forensics and Police Scotland. That's going to be pretty critical for maintaining public confidence. So maybe a tighter timeline on when that is. And for the Commissioner, if you don't mind, what does good look like for the retention of images? And you know, getting these questions answered is critical. We clearly know that the emergence of facial recognition, facial matching technologies is of interest, real interest to the Parliament and civic society. So having these safeguards in place, the clarity of that is going to be critical to getting that public support and trust and confidence in our use of this. And you know, just some comment from the Commissioner regarding the natural hesitancy to roll out facial recognition and the impact that's having on the adoption of technology, which is going to be essential in future policing.
Yeah, I'm happy to say a few words on that. I mean, I think firstly on the images, it's critical that there is a clear lawful basis around the police power to acquire images. There is in England and Wales, there is specific legislation in England and Wales under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, Section 64, which authorises the police to take images from people who've been arrested and also requires them to discharge people's information rights. And there's also very similar legislation in Northern Ireland. So Scotland kind of stands out as almost relying on a common law basis. Why I think it becomes very important are for the reasons that you've highlighted, which is the trend, if you want to call that, in images now is towards greater use of retrospective facial recognition tools firstly. So at the moment, all police forces in the UK can use a retrospective facial searching tool within the Police National Database. There are issues with the quality of the images in that database, and accordingly it's due to be replaced by the Home Office by a new UK strategic facial matcher programme. At a European level, there are also discussions ongoing about the next stage of PRUM. So PRUM is the name for the arrangement whereby people know this. There's a lawful basis for the exchange of DNA and fingerprints between European member states and also with the UK as part of the withdrawal agreement. PRUM 2 will involve image exchange, and therefore it's important that not just Scotland but the UK as a whole moves towards a national custody imaging solution in the same way as we have a national DNA database and a national fingerprint database, and that the images that are within that system, those databases, are there under clear lawful basis. And that's important because once we then move towards the application of retrospective facial recognition tools and under the right circumstances, live facial recognition tools, it's just important not only that there's a clear basis in law for all that, but also that there's independent oversight and other safeguards. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's an area that we're actively encouraging the Scottish Government to address in terms of the legislative basis.
It does, and so what it does is it highlights the importance of getting this strategy in place and getting the rules clearly defined and laid out in order that we know that we're working on a lawful basis, particularly in retention if it's retrospective. So that this timeline that Gillian says is the end of the year, it'd be quite significant to tie that down to when we can expect it.
And I see Gillian wants to come in on this.
Yeah, it was just to confirm we are aiming for the end of September, the start of October, to have both the strategy and the policy.
Thank you, Gillian.
Okay, thank you, Tom. It's already been referenced, but we've got this upcoming conference on biometrics on the 19th of June. And I think everybody involved is looking forward to hearing the output from this conference, especially in relation to facial recognition. So it's just really waving a wee flag to highlight the importance of all these issues and the focus that is being given to it in the conference coming up. Any final questions from anybody for the Commissioner? No, Gillian, thank you, and Brian, thank you for the paper and the input and the response to the questions. And as I said, we look forward to the conference.
We look forward to seeing you there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we now move on to 3.4, which is something that's been touched on a number of occasions already, the Criminal Justice Services Division Improvement Programme, and we have ACC Wendy Middleton who's going to lead us through this paper. So Wendy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to share my thinking around CJ improvement. And I'll just make a few opening comments. I'm not going to go through the plan line by line, you'll be glad to know. I think my record's 2.5 hours of monologue on this subject, so I'll spare you that. But what does usually accompany this is an infographic which shows the journey of a victim, a witness and an offender through the criminal justice system in Scotland. And this part of the plan is really the bits that we can control within Police Scotland, and as a responsible partner, the bits that we should control and what we can do to make the experience better. It is CJ improvement, not CJ perfection. And I do believe very firmly that improvement, even small improvements in this area, can make a really big difference. We're 1 year into this, so I published this last May, and it was really on the back of feedback from commanders and the pressures that were being experienced across Scotland, across Police Scotland, from partners, and also more laterally, I've included academics and victims groups as well within this approach. And as we've touched on already today, the likes of custody visitors is so important to me in HMICS because they engage directly with prisoners, detained persons, in terms of their lived experience. I should say this doesn't sit in splendid isolation, so it's part of the wider change programme within Police Scotland, so it docks into the change board, and it also ties into the vision work that's ongoing at the moment within the organisation. It's very closely aligned to the local policing service delivery review that has already been mentioned today, and indeed it ties into Emma's work around modernised contact engagement, because this is all part of the one system. And when you pull a lever in one area, you'll feel the effects of it on down. So it is really important that we're connected right across the board on this. In terms of the actual plan itself, I would draw your attention to the ambitions that are stated within it, because I think they're really key for me and they prioritise where my interest lies in all of this. First of all, it's about putting victims at the heart of the criminal justice system in Scotland. It's about releasing capacity for Police Scotland. And very importantly, whilst there's an important welfare and well-being aspect to it, it's actually about releasing capacity back to the front line again and being able to move more confidently into the problem solving and preventative policing, so that we actually break the cycle of offending that we see coming through the criminal justice system. And the third aspect of it is about quality, making sure that we're submitting quality, we're going the extra mile, we're doing the right thing right at the outset, and therefore you eliminate your demand failure at each step of the way. I've already mentioned previously about proportionality being the word, and you'll hear from Emma as well about the proportionate response to crime. But I think this is really key right across the criminal justice system at the moment, and it's referenced as well within the direct measures, and just being proportionate and giving officers tools so that they can make informed decisions. And the infographic that I talk about really leads the officer through the questions that they need to think about in terms of when they are dealing with an offence. Is it an offence in the first place? If it is, can it be dealt with by way of direct measure? If it can, then do that, because 15 minutes time there is better than maybe 2 hours on a standard prosecution report later. And then you have to consider whether arrest is necessary or if there are alternatives by way of interview. So we're trying to get all of that into one place. I think it was Katerina mentioned earlier about tangible actions, tangible plans, something you can touch, feel and see. And this for me is what the Criminal Justice Improvement Plan is. I chair a monthly group in relation to it and measure the milestones and make sure that we're making progress. It has taken quite some time to come to this stage. However, I'm really confident that our direct measures, we're going to be able to be in a position to relaunch them later this month. And the alternative pathways to interview, we're looking to introduce in September. We want to phase and stagger this because there is, of course, an absorbability issue with the amount of change that we're placing on officers. But actually, our officers and staff are asking for this kind of support as well, because it will release the bureaucracy that they find themselves subject to at times. But as I say, it's really paramount that it's about victims first and how can we improve their experience. We know the criminal justice system is slow for victims. We know that it is subject of churn, and indeed victims are having to come to court on many occasions in relation to a trial. It's all incredibly stressful for everybody involved, I would contend, and therefore it's important that we do what we can to try and improve that process. I've already mentioned the direct measures. I think for me, this is about a series of levers. So all of the things that are contained within the plan, we are actively working on at the minute, and we need to be making progress on all of them because they are interconnected and they are all dependent. And in terms of my vision for justice in Scotland, I see it being a case of the cases that need to go to court more quickly, more smoothly, and we've less demand failure in terms of the outcomes and indeed the request for information from the Crown Office around the content of our cases. So I really encourage people to think about this in terms of a journey and a flow and it all being interconnected. And if we can really embed the direct measures, if we can really embed alternative pathways to interview, then we start to shine a light very, very clearly onto the custody environment. We've touched on it many times today, and it just reinforces the importance of custody, but also the risk that is involved in custody. And it bothers me when I am going out and about the custody suites and I do ask the questions about, are you offering people showers? Well, yes, if we're not too busy. But when a custody suite becomes busy, and on a Friday night and a Saturday night, it becomes a very busy place, that's when there probably isn't the same opportunity to offer such facilities. We need to get to a point where we're able to manage our throughput within the custody environment and afford everybody the dignity that they do deserve. And I think at times, because of the demand, we do struggle a little bit, and that's why we get the feedback from the custody visitors around showering facilities. So if we can improve our direct measures, if we can give officers alternative pathways to interview, turn a light onto the custody and the presumption of liberty, then we start to reduce our footfall through the custody environment. And it's only those who need to come into custody that come into custody. And the custody staff will be as diligent as ever in terms of, is it a necessity and is it proportionate? Because actually you've got alternative measures there and alternative ways of dealing with things. In terms of productions, slightly longer term, I would suggest, but very much moving into the space of digitising productions. So we have conversations, and we had one this morning actually around estates and having to create more suitable environments in which to store our productions, because of course productions similar to our custody suites are quite old and therefore in need of some attention. But what we're trying to do is say, hold on a minute, with Desk now being in and being rolled out across the organisation and across justice within Scotland, we have an opportunity with body-worn video coming on board as well to look at digitising of productions. Do we need to seize everything and bring it into the court? I would suggest not, but that's a conversation that I need to develop with partners, and I've certainly started those conversations. In terms of the custody footfall, I mentioned if we can reduce the custody footfall, and I have no targets in mind. This is not about targets. This is just about giving people more options, more tools, and then allowing them the opportunity to use those appropriately. But if we can reduce footfall within custody, we then do create the opportunities to potentially manage virtual custodies. I'm a great supporter of virtual custodies. We move too many people and too many productions around Scotland every day of the week. It's really inefficient. And if there's any way we can improve that and play our part in it, then I'm happy to do so. But there is a resourcing implication, and we can't do it at the moment with our present resourcing model versus our demand, our current demand. So if we can reduce the footfall, we can then create the opportunities potentially, and that's something I'm very keen to explore within the custody environment. Court officers, I'll just touch on very briefly. I'm very grateful to our colleagues in the Court Service and the Crown Office who have supported us in introducing a new model of policing into Edinburgh Court. This is really significant. The Court Service have also done a lot of work in the background to make their environments more secure. But that has allowed us to release a small number of police officers back into local policing in Edinburgh. And that's really important, and that's subject of a 12-week evaluation. It started in May, 12-week evaluation, and that will inform national rollout, because we really do need to keep moving ahead with this. And that is reflective of former Chief Constable's indications last March that hard decisions were going to have to be made. So that's a whistle-stop tour. I'm very happy to take any questions. It is something that will continue to develop and continue to evolve. One of the areas we're really pushing into now are the performance measures around all of this, because we want to make sure that we're capturing the full benefits as we go, because I do think that there will be real benefits. I think it will release officer capacity. I think it will improve the victim experience within the court system as well. But we do need our partners to play a part. This is, of course, part of a wider criminal justice transformation piece, and therefore we'll have to still work very closely with partners in order to get the full benefits. But I'm happy to take any questions, Chair, and thank you.
Thank you for that, Wendy. That was very helpful. And actually, I did have a number of questions, and I still have a couple, but you've already addressed a number of them for me. So could I open it up to colleagues? And I see that Councillor Chalmers has her hand up. Maureen?
Thanks, Chair. It's really just something that I referred to earlier on, and I'm sure you've got it in hand, Wendy, but obviously, total support improvement plan and the work that you're doing there, just conscious of the potential for impact on our criminal justice social work teams, and just just seeking assurance that there's going to be involvement of the appropriate stakeholders there as you go to the implementation of it. Make sure that we're considering what that impact might look like. You're probably really aware of how much pressure those particular teams are under right now, and with the emergency measures around early release, for example, adding to that. So just really seeking a reassurance that they'll be involved in any preparation for implementation.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Maureen. Yeah, absolutely. And very grateful actually to community justice, to the communities, I can't even speak, the community justice, the criminal justice social workers, I'll get this right, yeah, it's honestly, Maureen, because they actually come into the custody suites now. That's a recent development within Glasgow. They come in at the weekend, and that has really helped them, the court process on a Monday morning, in terms of understanding and getting ahead a little bit of individual needs. But yeah, absolutely. And I suppose, Maureen, it speaks to a wider point in all of this, which is why I want to do it in a phased implementation, because it is about levers and unintended consequences. So we just need to make sure when we introduce something that we've thought about it very carefully, we've involved our stakeholders, and as I say, we have a number of people come to the Criminal Justice Improvement Group on a monthly basis and then feeding into Change Board. But it is about just making sure and taking a kind of a health check around, have there been any unintended consequences? I also sit in the Criminal Justice Board, of which social work are represented as well, Maureen. So we're all very closely aligned, and I'm hoping to share this plan as well with that wider Criminal Justice Board audience in the not too distant future. But yeah, it's a really good point. I think it probably ties in more to the diversion from prosecution. And that would be from the Crown Office. So direct measures is quite limited in terms of for ourselves, but it's really important when we get into the standard prosecution report that's being redeveloped. That is about us providing better information, and it goes back to my point around quality. So informed decisions can be made about the Crown, about the best method of progressing the case. And that may well be into the social work territory. But I think, Maureen, to be fair to you, those conversations are being had, pressures on social work are being articulated quite frequently at meetings I attend.
Thanks a million, Wendy, that's really helpful.
Thank you, Maureen.
Okay, thank you. Katerina?
And thank you, Wendy, for the report and for the presentation. To echo what Alistair has already said, you've answered quite a few of the questions I had in your presentation, so that's good. I suppose my question is, so, and I understand that, you know, what you talk about here is all about sort of circle of concern versus circle of influence. This is our circle of influence. That's the bit that is within the control of Police Scotland, and it's really encouraging, again, from my perspective, to see both the direct measures as well as kind of some of the broader, longer term kind of actions that will require longer to implement. I was really struck by Chief Constable's comments at the last SPA board around the need for reform in the wider justice system. So I was wondering, appreciate this is our bit of the pie, but is there any kind of work that you think in terms of what you're currently doing that might help facilitate some of the broader criminal justice reform discussions or considerations? Because obviously, as I'm sure colleagues know, that sometimes when you start bringing your own house in order, that kind of gets to partners to raise their game as well a little bit. So I was just wondering if you could maybe comment on how you see this piece of work fitting in with those broader kind of aspirations.
Thanks, Katerina. It's a really good question, and I know I could take 2.5 hours to answer you. It's my favourite topic. I think in terms of the criminal justice system, there are definitely efforts being made to transform and reform how we approach justice. So if we take the summary case management pilot that Sheriff Principal Anwar is overseeing, That is transformational. I suppose my feedback through Criminal Justice Board is that we need to pull all this together, and we actually need to, as the respective agencies that all touch justice in Scotland, we need to come together and do a show and tell, because there's something, Katerina, and I made the point about being a responsible partner. There's something about us taking ownership for what isn't great that we could improve on, and hence I've called it the improvement plan. But there's also, I think there has to be an acknowledgement from each of the agencies that whilst we are all independent, we are also interdependent of each other in this system. And if we're going to get the maximum effect, we need to all get on the same page and prioritise what we're going to do and when. Because I think if you take the likes of summary case management as an example, if you have that with desk, with body-worn video, and then with some steps that the judiciary are taking as well, when you put that all together, the sum of the parts is going to be much greater than the individual bits. And that for me, so I'm trying to move us forward in terms of Police Scotland, but there will come a point at which I kind of have to stop if we don't have that wider agreement of where we're going and when. And I think for a large organisation like ourselves, it's got to be thought through and planned and incremental. You can't just land it all, because it's all affecting local policing frontline officers, all of this. And so you can't have a pilot here and a pilot there. You've got to actually get a plan over the next 3 or 5 years that is really going to transform justice across Scotland. And those conversations are going on, to be fair, Katerina. I've been raising them at the Criminal Justice Board consistently.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Chalmers, you've got your hand up. Do you have another question? No? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I've just not got used to WebEx. You have to put your hand down again physically, so sorry.
Yeah. No problems at all. I think within a few meetings we'll all be up to speed on it. So as I said, you've already answered many of the substantive questions that I had in the explanation, and appreciate that. So just a couple of practical issues. You've got the improvement plan. It's an appendix, and there's a lot of actions within that, within relatively short timescales. Your confidence level on delivery, and what's your evidence base for that, and in terms of costs, you know, are you confident that you have the resource, be that, you know, human, technological, or hard cash, to deliver against it? And then just the last question was about, you mentioned developing performance measures to evidence that you are delivering. Where are you in this development, and when would we see them?
Yeah, thank you. All very good questions. In terms of confidence levels, I am more confident in certain themes than I am in others, and I'll explain that. So the likes of direct measures, working with the Crown Office, we have really made progress, and my team have worked very hard in this area with Crown colleagues. So I'm confident that we will land a new version of direct measures, and we will then make efforts internally to embed that, and Emma will support me through the local policing performance management as well. If we take the likes of productions and custody, they are going to come forward as project proposals, because they are going to have a wider impact in terms of IT, resource, training, costs, etc., and capital. So there's a huge amount of investment required around those, and therefore that will affect the timescales. The timescales that are in this plan are just indicative. That's all they are. And in terms of the performance measures, we have a lot of data, but we don't have the right data in the right areas. So it's been actually quite difficult even getting a baseline of where we are. So we are getting support in terms of that. And I was at a challenge panel with DCC Connors last week presenting the CJ Improvement Group. So she is going to be taking all of the different programmes across Police Scotland and understanding what support needs to go to what programme and when. So I'm confident that we will get the support. There are some bits of this are too big for me under business as usual to progress, but the bits that I can progress, I'm confident in.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and it's very helpful actually to understand how it's been considered in the context of all the change as well as the business as usual priorities that are going on within Police Scotland. So I appreciate your response there. Any final questions from anybody? No. Thank you for that. And I think, Wendy, do you need to leave us now and go on to another meeting?
I do, yes, Chair, if that's okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your participation today. It's been really much. It's been very much appreciated. I'm sure we'll all hear more about your work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so we now move on to the next section, which is section 4, which is the oversight of operational policing matters. And under this section, 4.1, we have the proportionate response to crime update, and ACC Emma Bond is going to lead us through this. Emma.
Thank you, Chair. If you recall back on the 21st of March, whenever I last presented, I undertook to come back and give an update in terms of the proportionate response to crime rollout process. So we took a decision on the 26th of April following the successful North East pilot to roll proportionate response to crime out across the whole of Police Scotland, finishing rollout in North region beginning on the 1st of May, moving to the East on the 27th of May, and then beginning in the remaining 6 divisions within West region starting on the 24th of June. So we are on the progress of that rollout, and obviously, as you'll see in 2.5 of the report that's been provided, there were a number of key considerations taken whenever we were developing the timeline and schedule for the proportionate response to crime. I'm particularly really keen that we could have it rolled out and in place before we start to hit peak operational demand periods, particularly within the contact command and control division, that then subsequently would have an impact on our operational colleagues across response policing within our local policing divisions. You'll see within the report that the updates that we've had, our most recent update shows that there were 3.4% of the North crime reports that have been directly filed. So those numbers not inconsistent with the small number that we had seen being directly filed within the North East pilot, and also nothing within our findings thus far to suggest dissatisfaction on behalf of any of the members of the public who have used the service. You'll see probably slightly disappointingly a low response rate in terms of the survey results that we have put out in terms of trying to test user satisfaction, but we're working on the assumption, always looking for the positive, that actually the fact that people haven't had anything adverse to say almost suggests the fact they've been content with the level of service that has been provided. There has been ongoing engagement throughout the process, obviously just given the key public interest that there is in such a manner to provide that ongoing reassurance. This is not about cutting corners. It is not about non-investigation. This is very much about trying to ensure that we can dedicate officers' time on those matters and to those investigations that need it, and ensuring part of that engagement approach, as Councillor Chalmers indicated earlier on, included briefings to obviously the chairs of the scrutiny panels in recent weeks. Essentially, we're working very hard to ensure that post the final rollout in the remaining divisions come 24th of June, that we can have this further rolled out and then embedded as business as usual. I'm very mindful, Wendy has touched on the fact that we see a link that time freed up from officers not needing to attend incidents should ideally create opportunities for them to complete better, more thorough, detailed crime report or police reports in terms of their investigation files. We should start to see hopefully changes in terms of the length of time it's taking for investigations to be submitted, as well as potentially benefits in terms of feedback we'll get through our staff surveys and wider officer welfare in terms of potentially ability to avail of a rest period or a break. But really conscious of the fact, and I know this has been an area of interest for committee members previously, around how we show the benefits and the impact that actually the proportionate response to crime will bring, and that's a key area that we're working on. So with your happy to discuss the contents of the paper and potentially, Chair, subject to agreement, consider a post 6-month rollout paper or report back in terms of some of those initial findings and evaluations, that probably a richness of 6 months data would be beneficial for us to be able to come back, so maybe towards the end of calendar year, but happy to provide anything at your discretion in terms of what committee needs. So other detail within the paper, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that introduction and covering many of the key themes and explaining them to us. Can I open it up to colleagues? Does anybody have any questions? Tom.
Thanks, ACC Bond. It was very encouraging that I see Councillor Maureen's one got a hand up to, so I don't want to steal the thunder on that. But I was certainly to great encouragement from Aberdeenshire's feedback on how positive this had been received. The one comment that was made at the time was that the initial announcement of it had reached the media before really these partners had been fully made aware, and that almost it had to, the comms bit had to be pulled back. It has been, and so everybody was very, very content. So it's just reassurance, because we're talking here about a public meeting about it, and it's that engagement with those key partners, particularly in COSLA, who have, through members, have to deal with communities direct, and it's that trust and confidence, and it's going to be so important. Thank you. But just to re-emphasise that there was no public concerns raised at that meeting regarding this. It was very, very positive and supportive.
Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, well, I did steal my thunder, didn't you, Tom?
My apologies. My apologies.
No, you're fine. It was really, really welcome that Chief Superintendent Phil Davison and Inspector Andy Johnson came along to the Police Scrutiny Conveners Forum, and we had really good discussion on this. I think the pilot obviously generated a lot of discussion with members, but as Tom said, Councillor Anne Stirling from Aberdeenshire, she shared the benefits her area had seen from the pilot, including detection rates remaining high, which was really reassuring for everyone. I think the only issue that came out of that was, and it was partly from Anne, but also from others, was about the public being really clear what happens next. So I think there was a couple of examples given, maybe an older and more vulnerable person, but unsure and unclear maybe what would happen next. And I know just in the bigger context that folk often feel that way. They don't know what's the next steps. And I think we were particularly concerned around about more vulnerable people. I know locally here, and I think I shared this at the meeting before, that the local command team, they would review and pick up if there was maybe an older person or something, maybe the local police constable would do a wee friendly visit or a conversation on the phone just to reassure. But I don't know if that's consistent across every division. But I suppose that was the only thing, was making sure that people understand the next steps and they know what's going to happen, and it's maybe reinforced with that more vulnerable cohort of people in a different way. Thanks.
Emma, I don't know if you want to feedback at all on the comments made by Councillor Chalmers and Tom Halpin.
Yes, if you don't mind, Chair, just a couple of things. So from Mr. Halpin's perspective, was Tom, you're absolutely right. We've taken the learning. I think whether it was naivety or whatever else, the fact that the concept of proportionate response to crime wasn't new to policing in Scotland. It had been done obviously in other places before, so there probably was a degree of a presumption that actually it may not have been considered as new or bespoke as potentially it was, and absolutely recognising certainly that sense that as much as an operational decision within policing that we know is not about non-investigation and it is not about reducing the level of service that we're providing to the public, is that actually sometimes we need to strongly articulate that in order for people to be assured. So just from your point of view, from councillors' perspective and anybody listening online and just wider perspective, is that absolutely that learning has been fed back into not just proportionate response to crime and the work streams that we have, but just considerations in terms of our wider approach to change across the organisation. In relation to the points made by Councillor Chalmers, it really pleasing obviously to hear the positive feedback that's come from North East Division and from representatives there, and you're absolutely right. I think it again, people knowing whether they can or should expect follow-up is vitally important. And I suppose again, just to reinforce, every single incident, as much as it may not necessitate investigation, the Home Division will absolutely have visibility of that report. They, in the same way that they do currently, that they then will be in a position to identify any emergent hotspots, any particular areas of concern. If there is anything in particular around a repeat caller or any sense of vulnerability, that matter should be being proactively raised and flagged, because that would be part of our overall Thrive assessment within the contact centre. And absolutely, where something necessitates, or even what we see through the pilot phases has been that because of the local knowledge that some teams are able to overlay to the assessment, actually matters haven't been closed and they have then been allocated for specific follow-up. So those checks and balances are in place to make sure that there isn't any loss of necessary follow-up, and particularly where there's any concerns from a vulnerability perspective.
Yeah, thank you for that, Emma. I think that the way you concluded that, re-emphasising the checks and balances, it's important for everybody to understand that. You did offer perhaps after 6 months a post-rollout review. I think we'd be very keen to take you up on that offer. And in particular, you explained that you're slightly disappointed in the feedback through the user satisfaction survey, but you're taking the positives that if people are not, giving you negative feedback, they're reasonably satisfied, but a longer time period will perhaps supply better evidence to that. And then also, we're very keen to understand how you're making best use of any time that's freed up, and how that is being utilised and made best use of within Police Scotland. So those two areas as part of a 6-month rollout review would be very helpful to us.
Wrong button, no problem, Chair, I'll do that, absolutely. So we'll aim to come back end of calendar year December with an update, and if any issues or concerns arise prior to that, more than happy to come back sooner.
Thank you for that. Any final questions from anybody? Well, Maureen, your hand's still up, but I'm assuming it's still the user side of this new technology. Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be presented by Chief Superintendent Emma Croft, which is the Air Support Plan. So, Emma, if I could pass over to you now, please.
You can indeed, Chair, and good afternoon to you and to everybody. Yeah, it gives me great pleasure to come on this afternoon to produce, or to present, I should say, the Police Scotland Air Support Strategic Plan. I was planning on just giving a quick overview from my perspective and then handing you on to my colleague, Chief Inspector Colin Convery, who's been living and breathing this for some time and can give a little bit more devil in the detail. So as members will see from the paper, it is very much just an introduction, and then the supporting plan, all 35 pages of it, comes with it. I am aware that some of you have had some involvement, certainly early discussions, which has helped us shape this plan. And the strategy has highlighted how air support has enabled the organisation to better protect the public, support our people and tackle crime across Scotland. But the strategy now sets out how we will continue to improve that on the air support response and evolve in line with the technology, something that we're always fighting against from a policing perspective. So, as I say, my intention now was to hand this on to Colin and he can go through just some salient points from the report and then hopefully we can have some questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Colin.
Oh, Colin, you're on mute.
Schoolboy error. Apologies. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mum, twice. I just wanted to cover a few salient points, if that's okay, just to draw out where we are with things. The first point being round about governance, round about the Air Support Strategic Plan, which will be overseen by the Air Support Monitoring Group, which will feed to the Mr Ritchie's Ops Board and then ultimately to yourselves. And I would probably envisage you come back to give you updates in due course as we work our way through delivery. In terms of our current capability, as you know, we have 1 helicopter, we have 6 drones, we currently have 8 pilots for the drones, which has changed since the plan was written because we've newly qualified 4 in the last few weeks. Up to now, the vast majority of the use for drones has been about event support, and a lot of the commanders that are online today will testify to the value that brings, but we want to see it forever evolving and starting to replace and take over some of the demand that's currently serviced by the helicopter, because that clearly gives us a number of benefits, environmental and financial, and helps us manage the risk better as well. What I would say though is it is about trying to enable local policing delivery as opposed to replacing local policing delivery. We want to support local command teams, C3 colleagues and everyone else. There's been a significant demand that's come to us already from Crown, which has been a surprising growth area for us for the use of the drones for court evidence purposes, but ultimately it's not about replacing local delivery, it's about enhancing it and supporting our colleagues to deliver services to our community. I did touch on there that we've recently trained 4 drone pilots. So that's a programme we've developed ourselves, Police Scotland, a bespoke programme that's been approved by Civil Aviation Authority, which I can assure you was not a simple, straightforward process. We're one of 3 forces in the UK that deliver that. It's a 4-week course, which is entirely justified given that the level of specialism we want to fly them to, and also the potential risk to our reputation if we get anything wrong. So really vital that that's well managed and overseen. Procurement wise, as you know, the helicopter is due for renewal. 2026 is when the current contract expires. So there's a procurement process to follow for the helicopter, and there will be likewise for the replacement drone programme, which will come online in due course as technology advances and changes. I suppose one of the big things we're keen on is building up performance data and how we can demonstrate the value that the drone programme in particular has brought to us, both in terms of time, but clearly also about environmental impact. And we're speaking to our colleagues in performance to understand how best we can do that, but more importantly, be able to measure it without hindering any kind of service delivery. And clearly we'll link in with Scott Ross as we work our way through that as well. One bit we are very mindful of is it's in a forever evolving world in terms of the technology. We do work very closely with our colleagues at the NPCC Drones Programme, led by Met Area Commissioner. There's lots of good learning going to come out of that. They are delivering a number of pilot projects just now, which will influence how Civil Aviation Authority will support or not future policing operations. And one particular aspect of that is the beyond visual line of sight. Essentially just means, as it sounds, you're flying a drone out with your visual sight line, which right now we are restricted to. We have to be able to see the drone at all times. Beyond visual line of sight is a whole new concept which has been piloted by one of the forces down south and reporting back to the Civil Aviation Authority and how they find that. That will very much influence where we go next with that. Another interesting concept that they're developing now is a drone in a box,
Thank you for that, Colin. That was very helpful, explaining some of the hard work and some of the detail and some of the complexity that lies behind all of this. And equally, thank you, Emma, for introducing this paper and having oversight of it. So with that, can I open it up to colleagues for questions? Tom Halpin.
Yep, grateful for this report. It's inevitable. It's almost like the technology will determine where we go with it, with its capability. And I can understand, Colin, why you and your colleagues find it really exciting. There's a couple of things in it. It's going to, you've hinted at it already. It's going to open up demand on us that we just don't face at the moment, and that demand's not just necessarily policing demand. You've talked about the Crown's increasing requests for evidential value, and of course that is not really quantified in our initial business cases, and the revenue and the capital costs of this would be reflecting what the police need from it as opposed to other agencies. So there's maybe something about the learning there. If that demand is going to come on the police for other agencies, etc., that the business case, the funding for that, it reflects it doesn't all just come out policing budgets. So there's maybe a bit of work to be done there. The other thing is you've talked about, I'm really grateful the work ongoing to demonstrate the value from this as we start to broaden its deployment across Scotland. So showing the impact that we gain from this across Scotland will be really, really important coming back. And the other bit for me was you talked about this emerging area of line of sight. And I know from sitting on the Scottish Railways Policing Committee, British Transport Police are proposing a pilot for them on that as one of the pilot projects in Scotland, given their responsibilities around structures like the Forth Rail Bridge, etc. So it's just making sure that we are joined up in that, and that's not sort of emerging without our views on it. And just the final one for yourself is the use of other technologies on drones, for instance, facial recognition, mass surveillance, etc., and reassurance around how the structures and systems are in place to have ethical deployment of new technologies which we'll adhere to. So there's quite a lot in that. If you want me to go through it again, I will. Let's see.
No problem. Ma'am, do you want to take these to answer the questions first, or do you want to go?
I'll try first and foremost, Colin, but I may look to you. Yeah, Tom, very good point regarding the Crown demand. I think that took us all a little bit back. When we say there's significant demand, we can see significant demand, it's not on us yet. But I think just when we understand actually what these drones can do. So the evaluation piece to me is even more key now in terms of where that demand is coming from. Is that business as usual local policing, which we would expect? Or is that from elsewhere in terms of adding value to cases, which don't get me wrong, benefits us as well, but in terms of that business case, you're absolutely spot on. We'd propose to bring that back to you in terms of the next point you make in terms of showing impact. So, you know, we would absolutely take it on board to come back to you at a suitable time to show you that impact, to show you where our business has been done essentially. In terms of the line of sight, we're very much keeping an eye on that because there's some significant work could be done and is being done overseas with regards to it. But in the UK context and just that assurance piece, again, something we will look to the pilots to show us what's happening down south and then consider the Scottish context for that. So again, probably something worthy of coming back and saying this is what we've reviewed and this is what we're looking for in a Police Scotland context. And the last one, other technologies, absolutely, conversations have taken place very much so in the ethical deployment side of things, but I think we're a bit away from that at the moment, absolutely to be taken into consideration. And we always feel like we're behind when it comes to the technological advances, but just to give you some reassurance, not there yet in terms of what other technologies we can have. I'm very keen to get the basis working and understanding our capabilities within the legislation and the civilization guidelines that we've got here, and then consider what we can do over and above. And funding, etc., will play its part in that, as well. We renew the contract with drones and consider technology moving forward. All will play its part, absolutely. And the last thing I was going to say, if you don't mind, and Chair, please indulge me, Colin and I were saying that I think in terms of the technologies and our explanations and context, I think it'd be really good to invite you all at a time and date to be stated to come and take a wee visit to see it working for itself. Very pleased to do that if you would like to take us up on that offer.
I'm confident that we would be delighted to take you up on that offer at some point in the future. You know, I'm sure it'll give us a fascinating insight into the work that's going on, an emerging potential of technology like drones. Any further questions at this stage?
Chair, can I just go in with a couple of points on Mr. Halpin's questions?
Of course.
Very briefly, in terms of demand, so we've seen some demand coming to us from our Scottish Fire and Rescue colleagues, in particular about joint investigations and getting drones into tight buildings so they can see scenes of fire, etc. BTP was mentioned. We are doing some work with them just now. Clearly want them to be mirroring our practices as we work, and Sam Curran had introduced us into that. So we've had discussions with BTP, and the view is we would bring them into our air support monitoring group so that they can understand and see what we're doing. It would give us an opportunity to understand how they plan to proceed, because clearly the public don't differentiate between a BTP drone and one of ours. So that's what we've got going. Our guidance clearly demonstrates and is publicly available, clearly illustrates what we will fly for. So we're absolutely clear that surveillance is not part of that, facial recognition is not part of that, and we learned that from our experiences as we started to develop the guidance documents 2 or 3 years ago. So there's lots ongoing in that respect. I do think that there's a huge potential for us, and when it comes to helicopter procurement, to look at multi-agency working and looking at benefits we can get from ambulance service colleagues, for example, from the assets that they have and fly. So that's all what we're looking to do as part of our engagement going forward. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thanks for that. And that point well made around these are expensive assets, and you know, ultimately they belong to the public. So multi-agency working, sweating any resource to best effect is something to be explored, and I welcome your comment on that. Just a couple of questions from me, and apologies, are very practical. It's about the delivery of your implementation plan and tracking that, and then, you know, stating the intended benefits and outcomes from that, the performance measures that are going to be put in place so we can track that. Where will we see these things you know, are they in development at this moment in time, will be coming to us, so that we can see the progress that you're making, and be able to, you're then able to clearly evidence that you've delivered the benefits, the outcomes that are intended.
So where we are just now, Chair, is we're developing that framework so we're able to report on it from day one of the plan being implemented. So we would hope to be able to come back to you as frequently, perhaps in the next 6 months, with the first full update. But at that point, we'll be able to give you a sight of the reporting template as well, which we can share clearly off table as well.
Yeah. No, that's clearly it's a performance committee. That's an area we're going to be hugely interested in. And then just one final question from me is, I didn't hear it mentioned. You may have done, but potential for environmental improvements. You know, is that being thought about through your air strategy and how that works in conjunction with, you know, vehicles on roads and all that type of stuff?
So very much we'll be hoping to include that as part of the performance feedback, will be where we can reduce our carbon footprint. I'm not entirely sure of the overall technological terms, but that's something we want to build into our reporting template. But we've reduced flying hours of the helicopter, for example, with a drone deployment will be a key benefit for us, both in terms of environment and financially as well. So, yep.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. So again, unless there's any final questions, thank you both, you know, for the paper, and thank the whole team. There's clearly a huge amount of work going into this, and we look forward to seeing the implementation of the strategy as you go forward. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so we now move on to the final item on today's agenda, 4.3, which is the Prevent Duty Assurance and Police Scotland's approach to this. And we welcome back Chief Superintendent Matt Padden, who's going to speak to this paper for us. Matt.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you for the time to provide an update on that. The paper is as read. I'll perhaps pick out the salient points. So, Prevent, as you'll be aware, is a fundamental part of the UK Government's counter-terrorism strategy. It aims to tackle radicalisation and all the forms of terrorism, predominantly in that non-criminal space where no crimes have been planned or committed. We outline in the paper the role of PMAP, so the Prevent Multi-Agency Panels, operate predominantly local authority-led, and they were placed on a statutory footing through the Counter-Terrorism and Security Act 2015. Now, Police Scotland has an essential role to play within that. The Prevent duty is embedded in all aspects of local policing, beginning with the Scottish Police College, probationary inputs. They're provided with appropriate training prior to the divisional deployment. So the makeup of the Prevent delivery side, each territorial division utilises locally based counter-terrorism officers who liaise closely with the PDU, which sits under PPCW, supporting divisional CT leads to ensure the effective delivery of all aspects of the contest strategy within divisions. It's also embedded, as outlined there, within counter-terrorism investigations. And the effectiveness of the collaborative working across that is evident UK-wide. There is the pilot of providing Prevent intervention via PMAP to children under 18. And Police Scotland are the single biggest contributor to the pilot, which is providing positive results in addressing concerning ideology, reducing identified risk, and providing opportunity for diversion from prosecution. Within the document at 2.7, Chair, we outline some of the work streams which are being progressed during the forthcoming year. So under number 1, assessing how effectively the Prevent message is reaching operational officers across the 13 Police Scotland divisions, and there's activity underway to measure that and assess the delivery. Engage with the Home Office, Scottish Government and Prevent partners to encourage routine parallel intervention for children. in Scotland engaged in tact offending, and thirdly, to support Scottish Government and Prevent partners in providing routes to intervention, post-conviction and custody and community settings. The unit is in the process of compiling some of the key stats, which is being compiled for national publication in due course, Chair, and not familiar with previous updates to the SPA policing performance, but it may be something that can be brought back in due course once compiled. But happy to answer any questions, Chair, in relation to some of the key salient points from the update.
Thanks for that, Matt. And just on your last point, it would be very helpful if you brought those key stats back to us. You know, very good paper. Prevent, you know, the title says it all, but it's so difficult to achieve these things. I appreciate just what complex and sensitive and sensitive areas you're working in here. So it's very helpful to get the update and to see the key stats. I think would be very useful going forward. So with that, I'll open it up. Does anybody have any questions for Matt at this stage? Tom?
The importance of, I suppose, something like an annual report coming to us, Matt, is self-evident, you know, and particularly those programmes, essential programmes involving young people, children, young people, and proportionality, and you know, how a sense of how many young people are impacted by this, and etc. Those are things that will be essential in maintaining public confidence. But if it's publicly reported here in the sense that it can be, that would be really, really helpful.
Yeah.
No, absolutely, and as I said, happy to bring that back to a future SPA Policing Performance Committee.
Yeah, that'll be useful. Any final questions? No. Okay, Matt. Thanks for the paper. A useful update for us at this stage. With that, unless there's any other competent business, that concludes today's meeting. So can I just thank all the participants, all those that produce papers, colleagues that work behind the scenes to make sure that they were all here for us today, and I look forward to the next meeting in 3 months' time. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.